We all agree that is a big number. And per every county, we are having over 100, at least 100 community-based facilitators being trained. And in addition to that, for most of the counties what are gathered having gone out recently, the number will be increasing. And because of the numbers increasing, we therefore need to actually move ahead and try to institutionalize or come up with a method, a way, a policy that will lead to us being able to actually know what is happening and be able to assure quality and ensure that at the end of it all these particular efforts do not go to waste. So for that reason, this particular meeting has 4 specific objectives. One is to develop a framework to institutionalize the field schools approach at both the national and the county level. And secondly is to develop specific implementation framework. This will be at national and at national government investment programs, at programs that are operating at national level. Secondly, we need to develop specific implementation framework for county government development programs. Thirdly, we also need to develop these for institutions of higher learning and also for TVETs. From the 2 objectives, we also have 2 other objectives that we are using this particular forum so as to be able to achieve at the same time. And these are creating awareness on the field school COVID-19 toolkit. The moment the pandemic came in, it became much more difficult initially to even carry out our field school activities. Basically because field school is a participatory methodology and therefore required a lot of gatherings. And for that reason, there is a toolkit, and we are happy we'll be sharing about this particular field school COVID-19 toolkit. In addition, we have the draft regional policy document, and it is this particular draft regional policy document that we want you to be aware of and get to know about it, and then we discuss more and make improvements on it. Thank you. So on that note, having known the objectives of I would like now to share with you the program. Let's look at the program. For us to be able to achieve the objectives that have been set, we envisage to have a number of keynote addresses. FFS has done one, already done one. We are going to have a keynote address from the FAO Kenya representative, then followed by the East Africa Field Schools Hub, and then thirdly, we have the Kenya government project impression, given by Madam Halima Mkari. Then we'll have our guest of honor, Madam, representing the CS Munya, who will do official opening remarks. Thereafter, we'll have a health break, And then we have a session where we'll be sharing on field school experiences in Kenya. So the first one will be by Vision Isipe, and then MCAP, the Mount Kenya East project. Thirdly, we have the farm organization, KENAF. Then KEFAS will give us a talk on the last mile. We'll have also the Kenya Field School Guidance document, COVID-19 toolkit, and the Kenya Extension Guidelines by Mr. Wiki. Then hopefully thereafter at noon, after lunch, just before lunch, we'll have a plenary discussions, and Dr. Deborah, she will be joining us, and then we'll be discussing the farmer field schools as a transformative learning space. So, and then eventually, finally, we'll have the FFS and policy roundtable discussions, chaired by the Honorable County Executive Member, Agriculture Focus, Daktari Maria Nzomu. Then we have Director, Agriculture Policy, the East Africa Field School Hub, Policy Advisor, and the Deputy Director, Livestock, Bwana Makoha. Then eventually, finally, we have the way forward and closing remarks. Hopefully, we should be through by the 5, Edwin. Now that we have started about an hour late, but we will try so that we stick to the program. So on that program, let me welcome the FAO Kenya representative, who is around. She's not there. So then, so I want to welcome Madam Just a moment. Let's have our official opening. So, as the madam comes, wacha tumpatie makofi ya FFS.
Thank you. As he had said, he expected the cabinet secretary, but I would like to say he had already delegated to the PS, the Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research, that is Professor Amanda Boga, and therefore the talking notes which are used most in a broadcasting house, and he couldn't make it because of other engagements. And therefore, because our agriculture secretary is on leave and I'm starting for him, he was requested to come and preside over this. It's knowledge sharing actually. As we go through the folks, you just be sharing knowledge and enriching the document. So the FAO representative, regional director, biofusion, agricultural forum for African Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, that is AFAS, representatives, the chair for CC caucus, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure that I come to be with you during this opening of the policy sharing event on institutionalization of youth schools in Kenya. I would like to appreciate the efforts made by the AFAS and the East African Youth Schools Hub for organizing this event. And this comes at a time in our country when we are experiencing challenges of climate change. We have the locusts, we have the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's coming at a good time when we need strong negative impact, when we are having these negative impacts, and therefore we need to have mitigation to mitigate against these challenges we are getting. We all know, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that agriculture in our country is key in contributing to our GDP. If you check last year, I think agriculture contributed about 34% of the GDP. And we know that normally it also contributes indirectly about 27%. And it also offers a lot of employment to our people, because mostly agriculture is done by over 80% of those who stay in the rural areas, and imagine most of the country, most of the population stays in the rural areas. So almost all of us are engaged in agriculture, and we contribute immensely to our GDP. If you look back at our policy document, Vision 2030, we recognize agriculture as a key driver to achieving the required 10% growth. If you look at the current Big Four, it also recognizes agriculture as a key driver to achieving the Big Four. We have the 100% food and nutrition security. And therefore, as we do all these things, we cannot do without our farmers having proper knowledge to do the right agriculture. We require farmers to have proper knowledge to do the right agriculture in the prevailing circumstances. And ladies and gentlemen, because we come from the same country, we know when we promulgated the Constitution, we devolved most of the agriculture. And therefore, agriculture mostly is done at the county. At the national level, we formulation and also capacity building. The counties will implement the policy, and they can also do their county-specific policies. The Constitution allows them to do that. If you go to Schedule 4, you'll find the Constitution allows them to. I know they are interested more now in doing maybe the strategies so that they implement more. Because even the national policy, we cannot do it alone. It is not our policy. And therefore, we always work together. It is always in consultation and collaboration with the county governments that we are able also to do the policy which we come up with. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the agriculture policy, the draft agriculture policy, which is awaiting full approval of the full cabinet, because it has been approved by the the committee of the permanent, the principal secretaries, it's waiting the approval by the full cabinet, and the cabinet memo which we wrote requests that it becomes a sessional paper, which will be a public document for everybody to read and even to align themselves. That document appreciates the contribution of farmers' field schools. If you look at the ASTGS, that is agricultural sector, transformation and growth strategy, ASTGS, it also recognizes the contribution of farmer field schools. If you unpack one of the pillars, because it has 9 pillars, and 3 of them are enablers, that is the innovation and knowledge management. If you unpack the innovation and knowledge management, that is again where the farmer field schools come in. And therefore, if I look at what you are doing, it is in line with what we had also thought of. We have the National Agricultural Sector Extension Policy. It has been developed, and also guidelines have been developed in 2017, but the policy itself, we realized that it had not captured very well the issue of deforestation. Though that policy envisaged issues of pluralistic extension being pluralistic, where we have partnership, private sector, public sector, and all those people doing the extension, we needed to review that policy so that we can have proper anchoring of the deforestation extension and the default system. And currently, that document, I'm happy Mariette is here, because it's the one spearheading the review of the NASEP policy. It is in formative stage. I know county government, Madam Wasili, will be working together because this will be a very critical document to you. We'll be working together to ensure as we review, we capture all the aspects which we are supposed to capture. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture field schools has been in existence in Kenya. I think for a long time, maybe over 20 years. I remember when I was doing my, I was doing my master's somewhere, and I found some women who are doing soap making, and they talked of agricultural field schools. So I know it's a concept, a methodology which has been in Kenya for over 20 years. And it shows that this methodology has really been accepted. If we look at it, it has many benefits. One, it is dynamic and holistic in approach, and it also mainstream natural resource management and gender issues. Also, field schools graduates, they become competent trainers, and they are able, like we have been told, that they identify their problems and come up with their solutions. They are able to help each other as they identify their problems and they come up with their solutions. They are able to help each other and help also other farmers and empower farmers and also have group cohesion because these farmers are always in group, they work as a group. Farmer field school also becomes a very good forum for validating new technologies because when you come with whatever knowledge you're coming up with, and farmers are meeting together, they validate the technologies, they also share experience through exchange, maybe visits, and in doing so, they empower local communities and they also create partnership with the relevant stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, as I had told you, farmer field schools have been recognized in our extension policy, and even in that answer, you'll see farmer field school being in it. We also know that this farmer field school, it empowers those local communities who really require to be assisted to come up. We know we have many programs which are also used this, which are leveraging on this field schools approach. Like we have the Kenya Forestry Service, it used that, it leveraged on that. We have SBSP, Madam is in the SBSP, I know you are still maybe using and leveraging on the farmer field school. We have the World Bank Regional Pastoral Food Resilience Program. We also have the National Agriculture and Rural Inclusive Growth Program, and also Climate Smart Agriculture Program and Aquaculture Business Development Program. Those programs, they leverage the farmer field schools approach. So, ladies and gentlemen, today I think the output of this workshop is to come up with a draft policy brief, which is responsive to current devolution context in Kenya. And therefore, as we sit together, I ask that we become participative. Let's do a good policy brief so that as we anchor it well also, because some of these materials will also be anchored very well in our NASEP policy. Let's come up with a document which can stand the test of time. I hear the strategy you have is coming to an end this year. As we go the next 5 years, let's have good anchorage of some of these good methodologies which can assist our farmers. I stay particularly in a rural area, and I've had our farmers talk about these field schools. They go for these field schools. You hear them saying they're meeting, Marimi is coming, and therefore I know this is the same concept which they are using. Ladies and gentlemen, with those many remarks, I wish to stop there and wish everybody a good day and good deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam, for those particular encouraging remarks. She has reiterated that FFS as a methodology is fully recognized within the ministry, and that the NASEP policy is being reviewed, and the FFS methodology is clearly indicated in all these government documents. Thank you so much for that. A final FFS for Madam FFS. Thank you so much. For the sake of time, we wish to just have one more presentation before we take our health break. So I would like now to call upon Halima. Halima Naitari has been with the field school for many years. She has worked in Western Kenya, where we met many years ago, and she's still with the pastoral field schools in Kajiado, and we had the privilege of visiting her a few days ago. and we saw the good work that is going on in Kajiado, Kajiado. So welcome, Madam.
Thank you, James. Good. Huh? Come from here. Madam Waziri and Madam Director and Chair, it's a pleasure to be here. And it's a pleasure to be here and talk about field schools. I've had the privilege of dealing with field schools for the last almost 25 years because we started in the mid-90s. And when we were still younger, now we are exiting and field schools is still relevant. That means it is something that that is worth taking care of. Now, as said earlier, I work as a coordinator for ASTSP in Kajiado County. ASTSP is a national government program now devoted to the county, funded by CEDA Sweden as well as the EU, the county governments and the national government. In terms of SDSP and field schools, I think we are the only county implementing field schools in terms of SDSP. It was not easy to convince the national office that we would implement field schools, but after they were convinced, I think they are now happy that we managed to take that up. So we can. Yeah, for those who they want to know a bit of Kajiado, that is where Kajiado is. We are in the southern rangelands. Some people ask, how do you go to Kajiado? I mean, my mind, you have to go to Kajiado. That is now. Kajiado is on the southern rangelands, and it's a very, very big county. It's the size of Rwanda, it's the size of Israel, so we are actually a country. If you combine the whole of Western and the whole of Nyanza together, still Kajiado is bigger. So that is how vast it is, and that also poses as a challenge in terms of carrying out the activities. As I said, we started in the mid-90s. It was purely on crops, maize specifically, then vegetables came in. Then with FAO, we came up with a concept and we did a proposal on the first livestock field schools, and I did. And because it was Western, we had to do the chicken. So we did the field schools, first livestock field schools on chicken, and under the special program of FAO. Then later we also had another project called FAMESA, which was CEDA funded, and we also carried out the same field schools on indigenous chickens. So that is that. Then now, come 25 years, 20 years later, introducing field schools in Kajiado, the same methodology is working and working very well, and I think even better. I think that is a plus as far as field schools is concerned. That is, it's difficult to explain to someone who may not be exposed to field schools. They start saying, now how do you deal with these children? So you try to say it is not, it is adult learning, and it is actually a school without walls. That is our school, and that is the environment in the asset. You actually have 25 to 30. That is the average number of members that you can get. Of course, it depends on the culture. In Kajiado, the men and the women sit in different locations, but that is part of community mobilization. But we have our program demands that we deal with both men, women, and youth. So that was part of how we were doing. Now, because of cost implication, most of our preschools were concentrated within Kajiado Central. Because again, Kajiado Central alone, the diameter is about 100 kilometers. So even within that alone, it is very vast compared to what we were doing in Western Kenya. It is important that the schools are registered so that now we are dealing with a formally registered entity, and there is that togetherness because you're also going to train them on governance issues, and they are able to continue with the group even after you finish the training. We work in collaboration with other partners. In this case, we are working with Kano Kiboko, that is our range institute in Makueni County, but they were able to help us in terms of seed for pasture production. So if you look at the right side, the pasture on the right side is very different from what is available on the far end or on the left, just because that is now the demo plot versus the other one that is not. Now, we also have to deal with technologies. What technology was there? We used the chisel plow. The chisel plow breaks the hard part. And then the seed, there is a whole lot of bank of seed in the soil. So farmers were able to tell us that a lot of the grass that grew was seed that had not been seen for over 20 years. So and they really appreciated that the seed is still available, and that grass is what they have been wanting to do. So that is towards the end of the then we also used some technology in terms of harvesting, very simple technologies that farmers can take up. That is a portable brush cutter. It's a very simple tool that costs about 50,000 shillings. Groups can actually afford to buy. So you use that, it is motorized, and even women can use it. So of course, the group was 90% women. So a technology like that now is fairly acceptable. So that is what we have. Again, the baling of the hay is something that farmers can easily also do on their own, using very basic hay baler in terms of just a box, and you get farmers taking up that technology. And then now the hay is ready, and at the back you can see a store. That store was actually constructed by the host farmer. The member was the wife. But now, after he saw that actually there is grass, he offered to put up a hay store for the wife. So that was a plus in terms of the Mzee understanding that it was important. This was a visit by the Institutionalization Steering Committee. I think those who know the chief. There is marks there, and what's his name? They came visiting, and that they are inside the store that was put up by the family. In field schools, you look for any innovative ways, because we say it's a school without walls, but they had to see how to put up some seats so that when they are having their classes, they are able to sit. So that was again collective responsibility. This is a store that was put up by the host farmer to support the wife. This was also a monitoring and evaluation mission, actually a monitoring mission by Deborah. Deborah visited us quite a number of times, and that really encouraged us and helped us see how best we can improve, because it was also after a long time. We had trained officers, but now we needed at least that monitoring, and it is something that we recommend. We have
more organized, more periodic monitoring, so that now we are able to ensure that the facilitators are doing the right thing. Now, we were able to have this, what we call special topics, either provoked by the facilitator or the farmers. It can cut across agriculture-related or even any other topic that is required. But in terms of alternative livelihoods, in Kajiado, there was multi-story gardening, purchase of sheep and goats as an enterprise, liquid soap making, table banking, beekeeping, and local chicken. Madam Director, you said you had them talk about making soap. It is also one of the income-generating activities. When we were winding up, we had 5 field schools, and they proposed that they do beekeeping as an alternative livelihood. So as we ended the project, we gave each of the 2 groups a complete kit of beekeeping, 2 hives, and the accessories. So currently they are harvesting the honey, and the project is continuing, even without SSP. That is the demonstration on the multi-story garden. Like an officer who came to train them on that, and that is how it came out. This was a trial, and it was successful because you rarely see this kind of thing in the villages in Kajiado. Not very well, these are pastoralists. Then that is soap making. Kajiado, our water is hard, so the normal bar soap doesn't work. So we have to do the detergent, and they were also trained on how to make the liquid soap. And in 2017, we had, I think, our worst drought ever. And they were able, we were telling them, instead of carrying milk to the market, you carry soap, because you can get now, sell and come back with some money to take care of your needs as a family. I think that is still on the soap. Challenges. There are quite a number of challenges. Weather, of course, is not within our control. We took 2 years in our field schools, but almost 2/3 of that time was dry. All the animals had moved out. The women were left with the children. So it was a bit difficult for us, but we managed to pull through. Again, the men were not available because they migrated, so the men who were members of those groups were not available. Only the women remained. Now, operations need to be done at the right time. I think you need to be sure of your resources as you carry out the field schools, so that if it is timing, you are also timing your operations. For crops, and this time, this was a field school, a livestock field school, but we are dealing with a crop in the name of pasture. We are not dealing with the animals. So, how do you make sure that you're working at the right time? Because you are depending on rain. You are depending on how the weather is. Availability of animals and equipment when needed, the same. Wildlife. We are in the Amboseli ecosystem. So you find some of the field schools who are suffering because you leave your plot good today, tomorrow you come, and overnight, I think there was some wildlife that destroyed your plot. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Now, project-based field schools are not sustainable. Why am I saying this? Projects have a shelf life, they have a beginning and an end. We closed phase 1 of SDSP in June 2017. We have not gone back until Libaco and the team from FFS and KPSK, the field school coordinating unit, came last week. And they went straight to the field. Though it was a plus for us, but it would have been better if this was either a county-driven activity, so that you continue walking the journey with the groups. Because you can imagine from 2017, June, up to 2018, 2019. They have been calling, asking, where are you? You are not coming back. But you know, the project's life ended. So those are some of the considerations that need to be made when we are dealing with how do we institutionalize field schools. Because the group is not supposed to end, the group is supposed to continue. The facilitators need to continue working with the group. They may decide they want now another enterprise to continue so that now they can even master the art. And being project-based is not a good thing. Yes, it was both good and bad. We hosted West Africa. We had the French-speaking members coming from West Africa. I think there were like 4 or 5 country representatives. Unfortunately, we went to one field school and we don't have permanent rivers in Kajiado. They are all seasonal rivers. Now, when it rains, you have to cross through the riverbed, and that's what happened. So it was but luckily we were baby, so there was a lot of harambe that was required because of the kind of infrastructure that we have. The opportunities, yes, as opposed to Western, where I worked earlier, we were begging farmers to keep livestock. The pastoral areas, this is their job. So we are not struggling to talk about livestock. They love the animals. They are willing to learn. That was the motivating factor for us. The pastoralists are thirsty for that knowledge. And field school is the solution for that thirst. This going once and you come back and you leave does not solve the problem. The field school is the way to go. Devolution and decentralization of services is also a good thing, though it has its challenges, but it is very good that extension has been devolved, and it is expected that more resources reach the communities. Unfortunately, it may not be happening as expected, despite the huge resources going to the counties. I'm sure that Mazli is here in that. Research opportunities, yes. For field schools, that is a big, big research opportunity because there is a lot of experimental demonstrations and experimental designs that are happening. And if we work together, we shall be killing so many birds with the same stone. Similarly, we can get even the solutions. There is a lot of indigenous knowledge, there is a lot of sharing of information between the researchers, the extension service providers, the academia, and even the farmers or the pastoralists. Exposure and experience for students on attachment or interns. I think this is a huge, huge opportunity which has not been exploited. You can imagine if a student gets the practical exposure of field schools while on attachment. When they leave the university and graduate, at least that would be some very good experience. So maybe this should be one of the requirements. I think I had somebody from the University of Nairobi or in Pwani University. I think this is an opportunity that has not been exploited. It is important it is exploited. Currently, public service is also sending out students on internship for 1 year. This is also a very big opportunity for them to learn so much in a very short time. So if that can be a requirement, I think that would be very good. Of course, for us, we are proposing that we have a strategy. I'm told there is already a draft strategy on conservation of wetlands because it comes with a lot of challenges. When we would want institutionalization of the school approach and extension services, and of course, allocating funds in the budget for sustainability. Now, this is where I think this is why we are here. We tried in phase 1 to bring up this, but when phase 1 ended, we also ended the phase 1 of devolution. When phase 2 came, for Kajiado case, we had change of government. So again, that meant a change of dealing with this issue. So it is important that we come up with a way forward by the end of the day. How best do we have this institutionalized? Because most countries do not understand what fiscal is all about. It's just the few people who are bold enough to go forward and try to propose this that may go. But you can imagine that this is an approach that has been tested and is getting even better 25 years later. I believe in 100 years it will still be relevant. So I think this is one thing that we need to stress and see if we can come up with how this can be part and parcel, and even the fund coming from the allocation that counties get. I think we shall make a very big progress. And because we are talking of food security, that is the only way we can be guaranteed of food security. Collaboration, yes, it is important that you have a holistic approach, and this, in the field situation, you are not only talking about agriculture sector issues. You will even get a special topic on health. Maybe there's a health issue that is there at that time, human health, because livestock health, you deal with it as it comes. But you can imagine that you end up solving whatever problem there is as a special topic. It is provided for. So it cuts across. It could even be a peace-building issue, which can be discussed as a special topic, and you get the solution. And then once the group is registered and it is cohesive and it is working, it is very easy to now attract anybody else who wants to invest in an already organized group. Most NGOs may not have the capacity to do capacity building for individuals to form groups. That is what majorly we have done as SSP. And that is majorly what extension is all about. Public service. It is not a cheap exercise to do capacity building. Most people think that it is just a cheap way of doing it. It is not cheap. It has a cost implication, but it is worth it. Okay? Groups for improvement. A master trainer to oversee the implementation of field schools. Yes, as I said earlier, it is important to have maybe regional monitors so that they can continue having to supervise and to monitor the activities. Because the trainers are only trained for 21 days and they are expected to run the schools. First of all, they need somebody who is already seasoned to walk the journey with them. That's the beginning of that school. And then from there, they should be able to be facilitated as they move along. Otherwise, you are dealing with farmers for a very long season. It is a season long. If it is the chicken we eat in Western, it is from the chick to the chick or from the egg to the egg. So it's a complete cycle. If it is mboga, it is from plant preparation or siting of where you do your mboga up to the time you consume. So that is very important. So regular internal and external maintenance is very important. Proper reporting and documentation. I think that is one thing as government we don't do well and we need to improve. We need to pull up our socks. Private sector, NGOs do very little but a lot of publicity. And they seem to be doing so much in the face of the public compared to public. Yet public has done 99% but are not documenting. They are not publicizing. And I don't know who said we should not publicize. Now technology has come, and I am happy that the youth, this is where they are happy to work. There is YouTube, there is so many applications been coming up, and in some counties, there is like, I don't know whether it is a requirement, like it's like there is a daily every day there's something that is streaming either in the website of the county or in some YouTube channel, and it is shared and it becomes viral. And that is how we are even learning from others. So the issue of documentation is very important. Now, if you saw in my earlier photograph, you are using felt pens and using flip charts. Technology is there now. You have smart projectors, which are using solar. They are becoming cheaper as the demand, of course, as more people now are going for that. Smart projectors can be used in the field. You can show videos while in the field. You don't have to take people to a hall. In that very field school, you can utilize that smart projector to give live, even your own video you have taken. The farmers are very happy to see themselves captured and to also learn from others. So that is something that counties should invest in. And that makes extension much easier to do. The grant, for us, we do not have a grant. The best we could do is to buy the hives, but there's supposed to be a grant element in terms of the field school, so that now they do a project that they should be able to continue with. So that grant is still very important. For us, we didn't have it, and it was necessary. Then we need a coordination unit to have an inventory or a database of the field school at county or regional and country level. We are here courtesy of the East African Field School Hub. There is FFS. There is now respective counties. We should be able to know where are these field schools that are already, they are ongoing, so that people can have even those inter-county visits, maybe carrying out similar value chains, and that is how to learn, so that you visit an ongoing field school and they also visit yours. And then there is that cross-learning and cross-coordination. Exposure visits, yes, it's still the same thing. To best practices and innovations, we took our farmers to Kajro, Kiboko, Makueni, because those are the range areas, and because Kajro, Kiboko has all the pasture types that are suitable for Kajiado. And then Makueni, we have farmers who are already practicing and even producing seed. So that is where we took our farmers. In Kajiado, we only train staff. And that is one of the challenges that we are facing. We trained 22 officers. Unfortunately, we only utilized 5 of them. The others were not able to carry out the activities for the field schools because we had limited resources and we could only handle 5 schools. So they were in pairs. So there were 2 field schools per week. So 2 officers were handling 2 field schools because you can't handle one alone. So we are proposing that, and it is happening already, that community facilitators are trained alongside officers. For Kajiado, we are planning to train more, and we are hoping this time to mix community and staff. The county employed officers in early last year and even this month. So we are hoping that we can now train those young new officers as well. We have tried to sensitize our county assembly, and we are hoping that even the National Assembly can be sensitized on this, so that when this thing comes up for their adoption, I think they should be very happy to do that. Of course, you can't miss high expectations from the community. They are always having high expectations, but if you tell them from the word go that you do not have handouts and you are purely doing capacity building, they will remain. The few who are interested will remain, and they have no regrets for the ones who remain. Certificates, we gave them certificates and they were very happy and very excited to own certificates. It's a big thing. However small you may look at it, it is a very big thing as far as the community is concerned. So we need to continue embracing the issue of certificates. Membership for Kajiado was biased. Our entry point was the milk value chain, and the milk value chain in Kajiado is for women. Milk belongs to the women, the animal belongs to the man. So even this capacity building, the men are not very keen, and the pastoralist Maasai is individualistic. Hii mambo ya kuja group, hiyo ni kazi ya wamama, lakini men coming together is an uphill task. We really have to work hard to have them form a group. It's not like a walkover in Western. You ask them to form a group, before the week is over, the group will be ready. The cost of running field school is very high. Yes, transport cost is very high in our expansive counties, where even maybe motorbike is a challenge. Sometimes even that motorbike for an officer to go for 50 kilometers may not be very healthy. So you find that the cost of running a field school in the ASAL is much higher than in the high rainfall and medium rainfall areas, in the high population areas. Farmers who are walking up to 10 kilometers to the site where the field school venue is. And that meant that they were really determined. And I remember for the field school you visited, the timekeeper is the one who came from the farthest. And he used to arrive earliest. So that showed how determined he was to that, and luckily he was a man. So that meant at least motivated the rest of the members to ensure that they kept time. Because they all, in that field school, there are all those rules and regulations, how to run business, timekeeping and all that. So that is quite something that was good. I think I already mentioned number trained versus those implemented. Currently, we are hoping that we want to train officers who will eventually have field schools. Because you can imagine the 17 that we trained in 2015, that is lost knowledge, to say the least. Because there's a lot of knowledge, a lot of resources was used to train them, but that knowledge was not utilized in the field. But it is good to tag. I had the big numbers from NARIC, 1,500 field schools. That is good if all the officers trained are implementing. But you can imagine how much it costs to train an officer for 21 days, residential. And then now you don't utilize that officer in the field. That is a big, big loss which we should avoid. So we make sure that even then, the field schools are there so that we do more. Post-graduation, yes, there's need to keep the groups. And that's why I said earlier, if it is project-based, it is not sustainable. But if it is now institutionalized into the system, it becomes part and parcel of the ward officer on the ground to carry out the activities in his or her ward. Then there will be continuity and they will be looking forward to continuing, and more people will be interested. Other stakeholders and investors will be interested in investing in those groups because they'll still be active over a long time. Benefits, yes, I think I have already said about it applies to all sectors. It's participatory, it's learning by doing. Our groups were very excited to host. We had international guests, we had national guests, we have our own guests from the county. So it was quite encouraging, and even there were those language barriers, but still everybody was excited, and even exchanging mazawadi and so on. I think that was quite something good. You know, when you are expecting a visitor, you prepare your home, so that was good. Now, I brought this just to show, I learned this from Oklahoma State University in the US. For them, there is no difference between training, research, and extension. They work closely together. You talk to somebody, you don't know whether they are a researcher, they are from the university, or they are from extension. In Kenya, we are yet to get there. Extension wako kivyao, researcher wako kivyao, academia wako kivyao. Then we meet and say, oh, we are working together. It is not supposed to be an artificial work. We need to work together from the beginning to the end. What the researchers have found out, the academia need to know, the extensionists need to know. What the academia have come up with, the researcher needs to know, and the extensionist needs to know. And it is continuous. Education will never end. It is continuous. So we need to adopt maybe this kind of working relation so that we do improve the way we are doing our extension. Because right now we find that the university is doing extension. There's no way the university can do extension better than the extensionists. But that is what is happening now. You hear the university has been given a consultancy to carry out extension. Then on the ground, they still come to pick the extension officer to do the work because that is not their work. The universities should do their work, but we should work together. Because being an extensionist is not the way people believe it. It is a very noble cause to be an extensionist. I am proud to be an extensionist. And one thing for me, extension should actually go back to the national. It is a public service. But now the way things have been done the last 2 terms of devolution, it is a disaster in waiting. In the next 20, 30 years, we may end up not getting food because extension is almost as good as dead. Some may survive because of the field schools, but majority of extension is not happening. Talk to most of the counties, officers are there, yes, but they are not facilitated to work. Then what? When this cuts across more than 90% of the counties. The other challenge is working at home. Personally, I transferred an officer in Western from one division to another because he was not being honored in that village. They were saying, you just paid your school fees. Now, what are you telling us? So the officer was unable to work in his home ground. So we had to take him to the opposite side so that he's able to deliver. Now, at the moment with devolution, we are zero grazing, inbreeding, and doing nothing. Because we are employed in that county, we are working in that county. And that is the experience we've had for the last 2 years with the officers who have been employed in the counties. From the same county. First of all, they are not responsible. They are not even bothered about work. Of course, the facilities may not be there to work, but you know, you are not working and you have no apologies to make. So it is a very sad, sad state. But if those officers were employed, but deployed in another county to work, they will have to deliver. That is not your home. There's nobody else. You have to do. Personally, I've never worked anywhere near my own county. And I do not wish to work anywhere near I know anybody. I'm happy to work where I have nobody I know because you will deliver and you will concentrate on working. And that applies even to like teaching or whatever. So there's need for that cross-cultural experience because you can imagine our children. Already we are suffering, even with education. I went to Kilifi Primary School, Kilifi Secondary School, Pwani University. I'm now the facilitator, master trainer in Pwani, Chua Paha. I think that is the worst thing that we have ever done. And it is going to have an impact when we are in our 80s and 90s. If all goes well and we are still alive, we shall see the challenges that come with that. So for me, I think working at home is equal to not working. And with the kind of youth, those are our children, we know them, they are not working. but they want the money. Yeah. I enter here, and that is collaboration of work done by all those partners. Asanteni sana.
FFS. Thank you so much, Halima and Nkari, for that very elaborate talk on experiences of dialogue. We are actually on all aspects that we'll partly be talking about. She has looked at the experiences there, the challenges, the lessons learned, and even went further and made a few recommendations. Thank you so much. And because of that, thank you. Now, as we had earlier mentioned, we are going to have a short break before we continue. But before we do that, we are told Max is on the line. As he comes, I remember Halima talked of some birds. So that reminds me of a story that I was told a few years ago about a bird that was preparing to lay his eggs. So here we are with a bird that wanted to lay his eggs, but unfortunately, he didn't have a place where to make his nest. So what did he do? He went to the first tree. That time, at least the animal and plants were still talking. So the bird asked the first tree, can I make my nest on your tree? The tree refused. The tree said, I think you cannot make your nest on my tree for now. So the bird went to the second tree and asked the tree, and this particular second tree agreed, you can make your nest on my tree. So then, what followed next after a few weeks, the bird was able to actually make the nest, lay eggs, and unfortunately, a storm came. The rainy season was on, and the tree that had refused the bird to put its nest there, the first tree, because of the heavy storm, the tree fell down. And therefore, the bird actually later on was looking at that particular tree in a sarcastic manner, refused me making my nest on your tree, and here you are, you're falling. But then the tree, actually the lesson is that the tree actually told the bird, I knew you would not be safe on my tree, you and your children. So many lessons there. At FFS, we have had several hits and several misses, and we are forging ahead. So Max is on air. Let's welcome Max. Max, you can hear me?
The one is not Thank you very much. And greetings from Kampala. It is unfortunate that due to COVID, I will definitely miss Nyamachoma in Nairobi. But I will delegate Peter and Edwin to take on my behalf a bit. Thank you. I'm happy to join this very important meeting. And I also bring the greetings from AFA's Executive Director, who has also wished us very well as East Africa Field School Fraternity, collaborating strongly with FFS as an institution which is nurturing the Field School Hub. I wanted to briefly just make sure that for purposes of quick discussion, I wanted to do a quick presentation, knowing that we are between break, also lunch is coming, and this talking. But allow me to say that thank you to the Ministry of Agriculture, FFS, and all the organizing team that was able to put this together to bring us again to discuss very important issues on field school institutionalization, not only in Kenya, but in the region. So from FFS side, we are delighted because first of all, FFS is the one right now hosting the East African Field School Hub. And I wish to say that FFS strategy embraces a number of approaches, but currently we are championing the field schools as one of the proven approaches in terms of the delivery of services to stakeholders. Our strategy is anchored in 4 pillars. The first pillar is more about strengthening and expanding the network and knowledge capacities. The second pillar is on capacities for scaling out innovations, technologies, and practices. And this indeed is where the field school is situated. But also we do the facilitation and the advancement of agriculture extension and advisory services in Africa. And this is where we do studies. And the last pillar is about coordination and how we measure results together. And normally this is the core of the field school because we want to see what's happening by documenting case studies and that. Briefly, as you all are aware that the field school approach has moved very far, and in the region, I'm happy online we are joined with the core people, the ambassadors of the field school, like James and others who were really promoting and worked with field schools in East Africa. Now, there is therefore there's been increasing demand for knowledge management and sharing, but also most importantly, the quality assurance of how field schools are done, because most people would come to do field schools, but how about the core principles? So the issues of quality assurance, knowledge sharing became very important for us, but also most importantly, the emergence of the regional knowledge networks, including definitely FFS and FFS, that were able to champion knowledge management. Therefore, in this context, we needed to connect with a number of practitioners. For the case of field schools, we had to make sure that we connect with each other. What the practitioners of field schools are doing in Kenya should be known in Rwanda, known in Ethiopia, known in Sudan and other countries. But again, there would be increased exchange of this information, but also expertise on field schools. And this is one meeting that this kind of thing is happening. Again, supporting quality improvement and nurturing innovation in the field school. Like we are now talking about facilitating field schools in the era of COVID, innovativeness and other things. So this has been the genesis and evolution of field schools, and East Africa is known as a champion of field schools globally. So therefore, the hatching of the East Africa Field School Hub. And we have presented the East African Field School Hub a number of times. I would not like to repeat this, but I always want to mention that the East Africa Field School Hub provides a platform for institutionalization and the oversight on quality implementation of the field schools approach in the region. This is very important. And why we do this and how we do this, it is all of us. Again, based on our desire, our yearn to make sure that the smallholder farmers, the farmers in the region and Africa are transforming their livelihoods. The hub has a mandate and it has the roles. The most important role that the hub will play is strategic guidance. In essence, in the near future, when we get stronger, every master trainer, every person who is doing field schools, at least should be known with the hub, so that we support each other. Again, we facilitate knowledge management, we champion policy dialogue, and today is a day where Kenya is leading in this kind of discussion, conversation. We develop capacities. Recently in Uganda, there's been a lot of capacity development. Thanks again to our partners, FAO, working together, building the capacity of the master trainers. The approach is also supposed to maximize food and nutrition security in the region. The field school is known to be an area where learning experientially ends in people sustaining their livelihoods. Again, institutionalization, but we cannot do this alone. We need public-private partnerships, partnership with the farm organizations and the rest of the teams. What so far have we done as a hub? Through the LOA that we have currently with the FAO headquarters at Rome, we've been able to develop strategic documents, and most of you, all of you will access these documents as they get into completion. We've been able to have partnerships and collaborations at different levels, including a strong partnership with the global FFS network that we've been working together with a series of webinars that we've had so far. We brought the world to East Africa, and I think now we are known to be people who can really convene and be able to share the experience in the region. Thanks to the Halimas for very active participation in all those webinars. We've started putting the roster of all the master trainers in the region together, but also trying to nourish, retool them, giving them the doses that they may have now lost a bit, to make sure that the master trainers are equipped to train other stakeholders, especially the farmer facilitators. So in Uganda, we've been having a series of trainings with ADRA and other AFAO projects, and this has gone very well in 3 regions. We also engaging on policy discussions, and also development of the policy document that will guide the field school. This is headed by our consultant Lucy, who will be sharing this. We're also in the conversation of digitalization of the field schools, and we very much contributed to the development of a document that is helping us in facilitating the field schools during the time of COVID. We've also gone ahead with the FAO to talk about how do we collect data in the field school, how do we get issues like the Kobo app. This is also ongoing, and we're mentoring our master trainers and farmer facilitators in doing this. Again, most important for us has been engagement and support to investment programs. We are happy that the Ministry of Agriculture in Uganda and Kenya have been forthcoming, and we have engaged strongly, and we now have a pathway on how we shall be able to support investment programs. So this is ongoing, and definitely with the role that the master trainers are doing, and also as champions in the field school, we shall be able to support these investment programs very well. Curriculum reviews and development ongoing. Again, the legalization of the East Africa Field School Hub is a high gear, that we shall be an independent entity, of course, hosted by AFAS, because AFAS has a leverage in terms of the country fora, in terms of its strengths with the African Union. So that is a good way of working together at the continental level as well. Again, in terms of the MEL, the FFS fraternity developed the MEL framework, and the hub currently is contextualizing this hub, this MEL, to make sure that it is very user-friendly to our fraternity. So thank you so much. I want to conclude that there is a lot that we can do to empower our farmers, but we need to coordinate the effort. We need to build the partnerships. We need to, of course, adapt to situations as they come our way, especially now that we are talking about COVID. Experiential learning is very important, but we also ensure distancing. We also ensure digitalizing the field schools. Again, pluralistic extension with blended approaches and tools are key. Even field schools, we are happy always to bring other elements of other models on board. But you know, some people feel they can do things in distinct way. For a field school, I think our core principles have been very important, as they have a clear pathway and they are easier to track, and hence able to guide us in providing service to our stakeholders. Therefore, institutionalization of field schools cannot be overemphasized, but it is one thing that we must follow. And I thank all of you for these discussions. I will look forward that we can have some document, we can have some framework that we can all cherish in the region, and make sure that the field school goes back to its glory, and this field school serves the purpose that it was started and it is going to continue doing in the region for the benefit of our farmers that need our services. I wish all of you a very, very Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year 2021, and let's continue networking. And for the organizers of the meeting, I saw Peter, Edwin, and everybody active. Let's see how we can discuss the outcomes of this by Wednesday, so that we push them forward as the East Africa Field School Hub. We shall continue to be online because the discussions are very interesting, and hence, even if we miss touching, being closer to you in the room, we are with you in spirit. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Max, the East Africa Field School Coordinating, East Africa Field School Hub Coordinator, for those particular encouraging words of wisdom. He has reminded us on what East Africa Field School Hub is doing in terms of ensuring that there is engagement, empowering of farmers, and engagement. So on that particular note, I want to request Madam Biashara, you can give us a word of prayer so that we can partake a cup of tea. And then, how long FFS is always participatory? How long should we have? 15 minutes. Okay, so let's do 15 minutes. It's now 1:45, so let's come at the hour.
Okay, let us pray something. Thank you, God, for the harvest of our farms, and thank you, God, for the appetite that we have. We pray that you bless the cup that we need to take to be of use to our bodies. We pray that you spread those who don't have to. For in Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you so much. So the canteen is on our left. Yeah, as you go out on your left, that's where the canteen is. I think I made the office here.
No.
And
There. Max, you are invited for tea.
you can. You are having yours. Okay, thank you.
So Suzanne will make the presentation immediately after our tea break. Okay. Suzanne Phillips.
Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, can I have your kind attention, please? I understand it is much easier for you to be able to recognize somebody from the mouth. That's why I removed my mask, so that you can be able to place the name and the figure. But for those who have come late, my name is Abba Nguma. I'm going to be the moderator of the second session, and I hope to have about 4 presenters who will be able to take us through and speaking on different aspects of the field schools. We have in line Susan Phillips from the Field School Global Platform, who will be articulating matters on the Field School Guidance document alongside the COVID-19 toolkit. So she will be the first to come in, followed by Peter Mwangi of the Kenya Forum for Agricultural Advisory Services, the Kenyan chapter. And then I will have my good friend Wycliffe Amariat also sharing on the extension guidelines for the country. And finally, Ukulima Yango Digital Marketplace, so that we can be able to also get to know what is in place for the young men and women of this good country and the region at large. So without much ado, colleagues, I understand we have been re-energized, and therefore I want to request each one of us to warm up for Susan Phillips. I'm sure she is more than ready from wherever she is. Kindly, let's put our hands together. FFS clap for Susan as she comes in.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Very well, Susan.
Okay, I'll share my screen. I hope you had a good beginning of the day. I'm saying hello from Rome at the moment. Yes, you are able to see my screen. Okay, so this morning, my name is Suzanne Phillips. I work in the Farmer Field School Global Team based in FAO headquarters. So we coordinate some of the global activities on farmer field schools, connecting the different programs and working very closely with the Eastern Africa FFS hub. So this morning, I would like to present some of the key work that we've been doing supporting farmer field school quality and implementation globally. And to do so, I will start with a quick overview of some of the challenges we have observed globally in farmer field school and some of the resources that as a global team of practitioners we have developed to kind of solve these challenges. So this is the plan of my presentation. So as you can see, there's recent evolutions in FFS. Many countries have included farmer field schools in their policies and strategies for extension and rural advisory services. And farmer field schools have been in rapid expansion as many countries are interested and they kind of see the successes of that this approach can have. Multiple donors, partners, all have been implementing this approach. And FAO, as an institution with its different offices, has increasingly been called to support and provide policy assistance on FFS strategies and national harmonization. At the same time, we see also some trends, such as the digitalization and COVID-19, that create both new challenges and opportunities for FFS. So yes, there's been a very large evolution of farmer field school from when it first started in 1989 and was just on integrated pest management of pests in rice in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, to all the way to today, where we have over 90 countries that have implemented field schools on a very large diversity, always adapting the same methodology with the same kind of key principles, but adapting it to many different actors of the food system, from pastoralists to forestry, to business schools, to beekeeping. And at the same time, the numbers of field schools implemented have also increased a lot. So we see, for instance, we estimate about 500,000 to 1 million FFS set up every year. So you can see that that's quite a large scale. There's a number of countries, many facilitators and resources trained and many organizations, not only FAO, using this approach, and increasingly governments as well implementing FFS on their own budget. But numbers are not enough. In recent years, we have seen that there's been concerns on the quality of these farmer field school programs, and also on the adaptation to the specific context of implementation. We can have, if the FFS is not good quality, it will not have the same impact on the population and in which it is implemented. As a result, FAO has kind of set up a global farmer field school platform, trying to bring together the different partners and actors that implement field schools. And you can see some of their logos on the right-hand side. We have big NGOs like CARE, there's IFAD, there's a few of the CGIAR research centers. And this platform wants to facilitate the implementation of good quality FFS. And this is done by, let's say, activities that fall more or less in four pillars. First of all, by facilitating the exchange of knowledge, expertise, and information amongst all the different programs that use FFS. Second, by documenting successes and providing some key reference documents, also based on the gaps that we see in terms of knowledge and support that many practitioners are experimenting. And then promoting quality through capacity development and project and policy support. And finally, creating partnerships amongst the people and the institutions that are committed to quality farmer field schools. So in the platform, we also have a website, which includes like about 300 experts who are involved in the quality implementation of FFS. We have about 1,500 members who are part of a discussion group online with people from 130 countries, all of them connecting and discussing about FFS. And we have about 500 resources available in the library. And this is just basically the home of this global platform to which each of the practitioners and the colleagues contributes to. So we have developed also a number of key resource documents that should support the quality of FFS implemented. So as you can see, most recently, we have a guide on running farmer field schools in times of COVID-19 that just came out this year, obviously. And then I had a booklet on 30 years of farmer field schools, and so kind of tracing the evolution of FFS over this time. And then some posters also on the precautionary measures against COVID-19. We have very soon, just now, a publication on experiences from Uganda on farmer field schools, gender equality and social inclusion that has just come out. And then finally, in 2016, we published an FFS guidance document, Planning for Quality Programs, which purpose was to actually support programs in the implementation of good quality farmer field school programs. And this document is available in English, in French, and Portuguese, and Russian, and Turkish as well. So for the rest of this presentation, I would like to focus on two of these resources and give you a little bit of an overview of the content and to make you understand how these documents can be resources to support the good implementation of field schools. So the guidance document, the idea is to provide information and guidance on the key processes and decisions when starting a new farmer field school program, which should be well adapted to the local context. It includes all the essential elements and processes to ensure program relevance, to achieve results and impact quality and sustainability. So the target group is government, FAO, NGOs, anyone who is implementing farmer field schools. And this document is the result of a large review that was carried out in 2012, which included country consultation, email forums, and which resulted in the idea we should have a guidance document which supports the quality, because we have so many FFS at the moment, and some of them are really good and like following the principles of FFS to get good results, but others are losing a little bit some pieces, and we need to provide this guidance. So this is an overview of the content of this document. As you can see, it starts with an introduction, obviously, but also why farmer field schools and when they are relevant. Then it provides an overview of the key elements of the farmer field school, what is really kind of the essentials of this approach. Then it starts providing guidance on how to design a farmer field school program that has impact in the field. This is followed by some more detail on the most difficult aspects of field schools that are developing the human capacity. As you know, this is the biggest investment of FFS and also the biggest determinant of its quality and success is the human capacity and the learning content that is developed. So then that's what's approached in the following chapter. And then there's 2 chapters focusing on monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment. Finally, budgeting. Budgeting comes after all the other elements because it requires an understanding of the key of FFS. And then also thinking about what happens after one cycle of farmer field schools. So I'm just giving you a quick snapshot of a couple of chapters that I think might be of interest, but just very quickly running through them to make you want to go through that document. And if you haven't already, because I know that our colleagues are already making a lot of publicity, we all are. So on designing, for instance, the FFS program, we look at the time dimension, at the assessment of local context, of the importance of establishing partnerships with the right people for the right activities, on the stakeholder analysis, framing the program objectives while taking into account that farmers have their own realities right in the field where the field school is set, defining the geographical scope, defining capacity needs, and then scaling up. So for instance, on scaling up, we know that's really important. You've piloted it maybe on a small scale, and then how do you work to reach a larger number of farmers with the experimentation and innovation that characterize FFS? So we have to think about investment in the human resource space, in the mentoring, in the time availability, and the number of seasons and the geographical distribution as well. Monitoring and evaluation. Also, this is one of the most common challenges experimented by FFS practitioners worldwide. As we learn as we go in the field schools, the same has to happen at program level, that we are able to understand when something goes wrong or when something is not going quite as right as we would like, and to start thinking the right direction before the project ends. So to have the right mechanism in place and to ensure a continuous participatory process of evaluation. And the budget, in the budget chapter, first of all, of course, the costs always depend on local conditions and differ per country and even per region sometimes. But we provide a checklist of all the key elements that should be included in budgets so that nothing is forgotten, especially what concerns human capacity development, which is the biggest upfront investment that FFS has to do. Of course, in some countries already human capacity is quite well developed, such as Kenya, which has been implementing FFS for a long time. But then there's other things like staffing cost, M&E, implementation, FFS group budget. So this is the overview I gave of this document. Of course, since 2016, when the document was developed, there's been a few other gaps where particular attention have been put. So let's say that in 2021, as a kind of group of global practitioners on FFS, we are planning to reflect on these kind of key points that I'm highlighting in this slide. First of all, on the rural advisory system delivery models, reflecting on digitalization, how digital tools can support the implementation of field schools, but without losing its quality. And in this context, together with our friends from the Eastern Africa Hub and AFAS, we're developing an e-learning course. We're actually developing 3 e-learning courses. And the first one is going to focus on giving the basics of FFS to anyone who is going to be involved in managing or supporting FFS implementation. And this is going to be a 7-module course based to a large extent on the content of the guidance document that I just presented, but much more interactive. Actually, we are going to send out the first pilot for review today. So it's coming up early next year, will be available. And then support during COVID-19, working with farmer organizations. In terms of methodological guidance, and also as presented previously by our colleague Max Olepot, there's some aspects that are particularly important for further development: the monitoring, evaluation, and learning of field school, and the project formulation support. And finally, there's a few kind of technical areas of interest that we see globally emerging that will receive our support in terms of documenting and stock-taking what already has been done. And for instance, the first one is sustainable forestry, where Kenya, with its forestry FFS, has done an immense and very innovative work in the past. And we're kind of taking stock of all the work that has been done to make sure we include it in the lessons learned for others to learn from. So about ICT and digitalization, as I was mentioning, the e-learning course, but also looking at how FFS can be supported in its monitoring and evaluation through Kobo. This is also was mentioned by Max, the role that videos can play in bridging the learning inside the field school with a few participants to the learning outside. Developing kind of training for master trainers on how to integrate and how to deal with digitalization and digital processes, and participatory video development. So in the last part of the presentation, I would like to just focus quickly on the work and the questioning that we have had to go through in this time of COVID. Of course, as you know, field school is a field-based approach, and I'm as far from the field as you get, but most people are much closer to the field. So through COVID, there's been, of course, a lot of disruptions to the food system and how it works, both in terms of the food supply chain, through the movement restrictions, job losses, and the lack of access to information and services. So in this context, what we have been questioning ourselves as a group of practitioners on what the role of extension and advisory services is. So we realized that, yes, while we need to make sure that FFS do not become a vector for COVID infection, FFS can actually become something that helps bridge some of the disruptions, both of the disease itself, so for instance, by helping health services raise awareness on COVID-19, but also of the consequences of some of the measures that COVID have led to, such as, you can move, you being confined, and the supply chain problems. So that's why then these rural advisory services, such as FFS, can become means to advocate solutions to farmers' challenges, to innovate. We do a lot of experimentation to provide technical advice despite distancing, to support partnerships and overcome supply chain malfunctions. For instance, the FFS groups are already groups, so they may be better able to reach, to organize, to reach some of the participants. And then supporting social inclusion, gender, and some of the social tensions that might emerge from the COVID situation. So next, okay. So as I was mentioning beforehand, we've created a field book towards which also a lot of colleagues who are here from the FFS group team have contributed massively, and which is why we managed to publish it relatively quickly for FAO standards, which are quite long, as you may be aware. But in addition to this handbook, we've also been developing some posters that could be used for a rural awareness campaign in the FFS, and they are available in many different languages. And on our platform, there's also some other resources that you can have access to from the link. So in this group, in this resource handbook, basically the content is, okay, advice on how to run FFS what is the key knowledge based on WHO and on COVID-19, and what are some key activities that can be run through FFS in this period of time that can be either helpful to deal with the consequences of COVID-19 or to reap some of the actual opportunities that this crisis is bringing. So, for instance, there is a part that is looking at how to adapt the FFS implementation depending on the actual situation in terms of lockdown or different measures that are in place. So you will be able to see that in the document. But then what's interesting is also there's a series of activities that can be implemented in the field schools to work on COVID. So discussing basic protective measures, doing a question and answer session, doing mental maps to try and understand what people know and people don't know, demonstrating how viruses spread using an experiment on a game, how to recognize rumors and fake news, using role plays to really make sure that members know how they should behave in different situations, drafting a care plan, using non-touch icebreakers, which I guess we're all very good at. We use a lot of icebreakers in FFS, but if we can't touch, which ones? How to do hand washing, how to build a tippy tap, how to make homemade sanitizers, masks, handling food safely, cleaning the house, discussing gender-related impacts of COVID, identifying various types of gender-based violence, animals, how to deal with livestock, using information and communication technologies to share information, some tips to make good quality videos, knowing that maybe fewer people are able to work in the FFS. What is the community action to take in the event of a COVID-19 case, and then exploring local or indigenous knowledge and Western science to respond to COVID-19. So I hope you will be interested in kind of going through some of these activities and looking at this booklet that was prepared collaboratively by all the colleagues working on the global FFS platform from East Africa, West Africa, Asia, everywhere where field schools have been working in the past and in the present. But I think really what this document shows is like the amount of creativity that can go into an FFS and that FFS programs bring in terms of dealing with solutions, coming up with new ways of looking at problems and transforming them into opportunities for building a more sustainable system and strengthening the livelihoods of our farmers. So without further ado, I would like to thank you for your attention. I'm here for any questions, and thank you for inviting me to share my knowledge and experience with you. Hi. I will stop sharing my screen. The facilitator is muted. Edwin, I think you're speaking, but we can't hear you. Oh, there it is.
So we want to give Suzanne a very wonderful COVID compliant clubs, FFS clubs. So what we'll do is that we'll do the traditional FFS clubs, but you will maintain social distance between your two hands, 30 centimeters, okay? Kindly warm up, kindly warm up, kindly warm up. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much, Suzanne, for that elaborate and wonderful presentation. Without really looking like I'm summarizing what she has shared with us, I think you will agree with me that she's been very, very elaborate on the matters of the FFS guidance document for any FFS practitioner and anybody who wants to go into field school for the first time. Also, she did share with us what is our role as extension advisory service providers, not forgetting that agricultural data needs to be collected and managed. And therefore, what have we been able to do at FAO? Also, that has been shared with us in terms of digitalization, Kobo Connect use at the farm level. And finally, how do we run field schools amid COVID-19 era? There is an elaborate material for that, which is available to all of us, either through the FAO offices or even through internet. I'm sure Eddie will be able to help us with that. Now, I understand that we are not having room for question and answer right now, but the chat is there for us to be able to post all the questions that we have from each and every presenter, which again we'll be able to get into before the end of the day. For now, Susan, we say thank you so very much. Allow me then for Sam. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So I want to do a quick presentation on the last mile project. And this last mile project is a project which is being implemented by FFS. I think you can put a full screen. This last mile project, if you look at the name itself, the last mile project, it's just like we have in electricity where we are talking about reaching the last mile. So this is actually a referring extension to the last mile, to the farmer. The last mile is the farmer. So we are implementing this project in different countries. In Africa, we have 3 countries. Kenya is among them. And what we are doing, we are looking of delivering extension service to the last mile project. And this one, we are enhancing or we are aiming at improving the income, sustaining market linkages, and reduction of credit viability for smallholder farmers. And here we are focusing on women, men, and youth. Because of the issue of inclusivity, that one is important. So that one is a team which had been here in Nairobi. I think that is 2018, and I'm sure you can see some of the familiar faces which was involved in developing this project. It is supported by a number of donors, and you can see Mary Kamau there. Mary Kamau is one of our board members. I'm sure she has worked with the ministry for a long time. She has a lot of experience, and I'm sure you can be able to see her, you can be able to notice. So the next step. So the financiers, we have a number of financiers. The project itself is supposed to be about 10 years. We have a number of financiers, but currently we are dealing with the finance from IFAD, where we have IFAD there. And we also have EU also putting in some money through IFAD, through AFAS to be able to support this project. We have FFS International is expected to chip in at some point. GIZ, and we have the Swedish development operation, who are some of the financiers of the law project. We can go to the next one. Now, this project aims at enhancing responsiveness of rural advisory service providers, both public and private, to the demand for advisory services for socially and economically differentiated category of farmers. That is why we are talking of the youth, we are talking of the women, we are talking even for the vulnerable groups. So we are looking at them and we differentiate them economically, and then we export all of them. So the specific objective, what we want to mobilize, organize and build capacities for the public rural advisory
agricultural innovation system and the small farmers. That one is important because as FFS, we are affiliated to FFS, and we are the global, also the global forum for agricultural services. So we bring all the actors together. We have the academy, we have researchers, we have everybody in this piece of agriculture extension. So it means within this, we are looking for these effective innovation service providers where we are working with agriculture innovation system. So we are within the innovation system. I remember when the rest of honor was discussing here, she talked about things which are being done. Possibly we are working on silos. We don't know exactly who is doing what. And we are trying out to work and bring harmony. And even I know when we are presenting, say, researchers need to know what extension is doing. And then we got training needs to know what is doing. Like the example of America, where we have the land universities. That is the approach we are trying to use to be able to bring this aspect of people working together. Two, generate and contribute knowledge needed to promote scaling up of climate resilience, good practices to smallholder farmers, and for promoting favorable policies and investment in rural agricultural services. That one is very critical because we are looking at climate resilient practices. We are told in Kajiado, of course, there is a lot of challenges with climate change, and I think it's entire global. A lot of these are easy. We work with some of these investment programs, they are really focusing so much on climate smart agriculture. Because over the years, a lot of things have changed. Before, we used to experience drought after every 10 years. Now we are experiencing drought after every year or every other season. So we are able to get produce this season, next season, we don't have anything. So our farmers need to be able to have on that. And here we are looking at good practices as well as favorable policies. So within this framework, we have an animated working group on climate smart, which will be able to discuss more on the policy environment which will be able to address these issues. Next. Then the expected outcome of these initiatives is sustained market linkage. Even when we are talking of FFS, we talk of sustainability of the market linkages. We are looking at improved incomes and reduction of credit vulnerability. These ones will be able to be enhanced responsive of rural advisory services. So we want people to be able to address those four pillars, and those three pillars: sustained market, improved income, and reduction of climate change. So those ones are our expected outcome next. So when we look at the last one project, we have a resource chain, and this one is a resource chain. We look at the number of issues which we are trying to do, but number one, if you look at the, I don't know, men are normally colorblind. When you look at the triangle, which color is inside? The rectangle. Is it red or purple? If you look at the purple color, we have the enhanced capacities of public and private rural advisory service providers to deliver quality services. So within that, what we are trying to look at is we have increased participation of women and youth in labs, professionalization of labs with skills and capacities to deliver quality services to the farmers. So ours, we are more focusing on the service providers, the facilitators. Then we have labs provide innovative services and knowledge which will be able to be responsive to the farmers' demand. So that one becomes very, very important. And you can see FFS now fits in within that framework because our facilitators must be able to be innovative, do things professionally, and they'll be able to increase participation of gender, the way we have seen within the quality of FFS. Then the other one, we have enabling environment for pluralistic, demand-driven, and gender equal rural advisory services. So within that, we have rural advisory services engagement in lobbying for resources, and this one is important, particularly within the AIS, that is Agricultural Innovation System. We have been working with the governments, particularly the CADA Secretariat, which is supported by Jocelyn Lube and the team, to be able to work on this issue of increasing budgetary allocation. And it's not easy, but we are still working on it, and also sensitizing the counties on the issue of this 10% requirement under the Maputo and Marabo commitment. Then we have the Rural Addressing Service engagement in policy development and developing and advocacy issues. And here, we are also organizing other forums for policy discussion like this, where we have this. Then we have increased maturity level and sustainability of country. When we talk of increase, of course, it was very difficult for us to be able to bring members together and have some follow-ups. But we are going on increasing. That time we were in level 1. Now we have gone up to around level 3, where we are able at least to do some basic things we need to but income which we generate from some of the initiatives which we are taking. So here we are aiming at increasing and having more diverse membership, which is very critical. That's why we invite anybody else who is here, everybody else who is to be a member. It is not very expensive. It's only 3,000 per year. Then we are also trying to work very closely towards financial sustainability, which will be very, very important, and to have management and governance structure which are responsive to the needs of the community. Then we have enhanced planning for rural advisory services, and then we are looking at new rural advisory services approaches in place, which we are promoting, and we have a very interactive website which you can be able to see, and we are promoting a lot of activities, including the new extension learning guides and others. And then we have new knowledge products which are being produced every time. We have been engaged by IFPRI to be able to document a case study of SHEP. I think it was one of the discussants. And I think the book is almost finalized, we'll be able to share with it. And we realized an approach like SHEP is so good and so responsive, it's only that it was not so much disseminated. So in this case, we are that information. Climate change, so that we have responsive rural advisory services. Next. So our journey, and when we are looking at the time, of course, we started in 2020, but you remember around June, March, it's when the first case of COVID came.
cabbage farm. Next. Sorry. So you realize that extension guidelines and standards are very important for us to be able to really support various extension agents to ensure quality during in extension service delivery. And when you talk about capacity, I talked about at the organization, we started with the policy level, and then we went to organization level, where we talk about now the human resource, the infrastructure, and then we talk about the capacity at individual level, where we talk about now the individual capacities for you to be an agriculture extension service provider. What are the minimum qualifications? What are the skills and knowledge and competencies that you're supposed to have? And then you also need resources, and I've mentioned several, like agricultural transport, audiovisual aids, extension kits, ICT facilities, extension materials, all of them. We can just move to the next as rush towards conclusion. Extension resources, you also need a human resource, recruitment. Recently, we were in a certain county, namely the health, and an office, there was a testimony whereby the county director of agriculture is given a vet to deploy. So you see such kinds, then now these guidelines come in to say what is supposed to be done, where, when, and what. So you find that the minimum qualifications, certificate in agricultural sciences or equivalent equivalence institution. So it could be certificate, diploma, and also agriculture extension personnel must have a clear job descriptions, performance standards to be appraised regularly, and also the personnel should perform their duties in accordance with the field of professionalism, so that we encourage a lot of professionalism. And when you talk about professionalism, we are seeing the last bullet, all agriculture extension service providers should be affiliated to at least one registered agricultural professional body. And I've seen most of them rushing to FFS, at least to get a certificate of recognition. Next. Those are, I've talked about the skills competencies. Next. These are just the normal figures, extension to farmer ratio. Next. Yeah, these are the M&E indicators that we're talking about. The number of SPs meetings, the TOTs, all these are in input indicators. Maybe the output indicator could be the adoption level. Then next, the last one, conclusion. Of course, it's just Article 43 of our Constitution that every Kenyan has got a right to food. So we have got no choice but to enforce or implement these guidelines so that we assure everybody food security. And also to realize this, it calls for strengthening of agricultural extension services. And I've suggested that farmers, pastoral fields and business schools need to be institutionalized. Thank you very much. Asante.
Asante sana. I'm told Makofi. Yes, asante sana. I'm told the policy matters is not everybody's cup of tea. But having said that, allow me to say that a serious policy dialogue meeting such as this requires us to be able to ask ourselves, where are we in terms of the policy, so that we can be able to say what are the gaps. And I will seek your indulgence in this matter, in the sense that let's get what we've been able to capture from Bwana Mariat and link that with what will come in the afternoon from our Hub Policy Advisor, Lucy Mwangi, in the afternoon through virtual presentation, so that we can be able to forge a way forward. Otherwise, thank you so very much, Bwana Mariat, for that. Finally, we will bring in the young lady. She has promised to do everything under 2 minutes. So that will show you the difference between us and them. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Next.
Okay.
Yeah, check it.
I'm Frances, representing Limayan. So it's a great opportunity to be here amongst you. And Limayan is a digital marketing platform, and it also doubles as a platform that encourages and advocates for youth to join agriculture. So for the FFS, for us youth, 75% of Kenya is youth, the population. And of all the unemployed people in Kenya, 70% are also youth. So for us, when we look at agriculture, for youth, Mr. Wycliffe was right. For us, it's about the money, it's about business. It's about what's in it for us in terms of what gets into our pocket, because it's an economic activity. So, for FFS, it has proven to always work. Like Ms. Halima has presented here, the poultry project was successful, the pasture project was successful. So FFS has proven to stand the test of time and also be successful. There's bumper harvests, huge harvests, but after the harvesting is done, that is where the chaos begins. And that is where Limayan comes in. Because there's so much produce in the farms, but that does not guarantee food security, because the biggest cause of food insecurity is not really not having crop produce at the ground, but the distribution and what farmers gain from it. So Limayan, it's a digital platform to provide a network of solution through online and social media. We have a website where farmers can get to market their produce directly, end to end, from farmer to consumer, without the brokers in between. During lockdown, we had seen increase of prices in products for us and consumers. And it was majorly because we import some things that are as basic as eggs, onions, and tomatoes from Tanzania. And that does not mean that Tanzanian farmers gain a lot from the Kenyan market. It's the brokers who make the money. So as we train farmers using the FFS tool, if we do not link them to the market, then the farmers will remain vulnerable. And it will just be a cycle of training and training and training, but nothing ends in the pockets of the farmers, and that's the most important part. So what drives Limayan? Limayan is a non-profit organization. So what drives us is it's a modern form of social entrepreneurship, and it uses mastery of digital technology. Therefore, it is very cost effective. When you have your phone, when you have your laptop, when you have the internet, you can access Limayan, you can access these farmers, you can access a market for farm produce. And it also has a market niche that is very flexible, scalable. We have been able to scale from Kenya to Uganda to Tanzania, and slowly by slowly we are going to other African countries. So it is very, very scalable and demand responsive. And also being a digital platform, there's a speaker that had mentioned an issue with lack of documentation in this process of FFS training. So with Mkulimayan, everything that happens within the platform, I am an IT-based person, so the database holds all the data. So no matter how much cramped it is, no matter how big the data is, with such digital platforms, with data analytics, we can be able to get information out of that data, information that informs decisions such as what to plant, when to plant it, and the prices, when something is most profitable. For example, the price of tomatoes in January is not the same in June, it's not the same in December. With platforms that are digital, like Mkulimayan, we can have this information being analyzed with data analytics to get information that we can use to teach our farmers on what to grow, when it is most profitable, instead of just having growing random crops and not benefiting farmers in the end. So, our approach is the volume-based approach versus unit price-based approach. So you've seen for farmers, they mostly sell their produce in volumes to these brokers, and they get very little profit from them. But with the unit price-based approach, we can get one-to-one, end-to-end marketing where the produce comes straight from the farm to the consumer. Or even if it goes through the market, it doesn't go through a brokerage process that goes reducing the profits, such that the farmers can harvest, the farmers can get the optimum benefits. So how we know people are buying and selling through our platforms? We have personal testimonies. We have a YouTube channel for Mkulimayan champions. We have testimonials of people that have used the platform. We also do reach out to them, to our users in the platform. And we also have people requesting for information every other day on our social media platforms. And we also know through ICT and digital technologies, like I had mentioned, we use data analytics for this data to inform more decisions that will help the farmers. So Mkulimayan has been able to gain trust over the years since it was founded. We have been able to reach so many people, as you can see, and that's the benefit of digital platforms. You get to reach so many people very fast. So if we can use these digital platforms in the FFS, if we can integrate them, we can be able to get our farmers we can be able to get our farmers to use these digital platforms that are very beneficial to them. So this is this is how Mkulimayan looks like. That is the website. That is the papers. We had Seeds of Gold column. That's Twitter. Yeah, and Facebook. So we have a large following. Okay. So yeah, we do have a large following, and at the end of this day, as the output has been put forward, is to come up with a policy that about the FFS, and it will be very important if we integrated digital platforms or digital solutions into this tool of the FFS, because then we have a way of ensuring sustainability, because at the end of the chain, where the extension officers leave the farmers, where there is produce, then what happens afterwards? And that's what will drive sustainability into the beginning of the cycle. So Mkulimayan has been featured in so many publications, as you can see above. Those are some of the publications that we have been featured on. So yes, for young people, this will be the best way to go to attract more young people into the farmer field schools. And I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for being patient.
This one I will request for the traditional FFS club so that we also entice her into the FFS fraternity. FFS, FFS! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am hearing a clarion call from the young people that yes, we people need to focus on market-oriented approach. I am aware that in the ministry we have had programs, not to forget STEP class, where we were being told, grow to sell, not grow and sell. And I think this is the message that is coming out from the young men and women of this country. But more importantly is that they are leveraging on the abundance of the market. I think that's the beauty. And what is the good news for us, the old people? The young men and women are domiciled in our houses, in our offices. So let's also take advantage of that and take this to the next level. Thank you so very much. Now that we have almost come to the end of our second session, I wish to request all of us to do a round of applause to all the presenters, starting from Suzanne Phillips all the way to Francis, using what we call the factorial claps. Factorial claps, factorial 4 in ascending order. Am I communicating? Yes. Okay, let's warm up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Some were a little bit lost, so we'll repeat that. It's 1, pa, pa, then pa, 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 then pa, 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 pa. So, 1. Thank you very much. I think with those claps, the representative of the office of the CS, Madam Waziri, senior government officials who are here, ladies and gentlemen, it's been my pleasure to moderate the second session of this policy dialogue. I am reliably informed that lunch will be served in the next 1 minute, and therefore, I want to request one of us to bless the meal which is before us, and so that we don't look very biased in terms of gender. I will request one of us, the gentleman, abariki hii chakula mbele yetu. Thank you.
So, for the session that we just concluded, and before us is a meal that we want to partake from the blessings.
Thank you.
We return at 2.
Sorry, we're coming back at 2, kindly. 2 p.m., yes. So,
they deliver the message. Karibu Daktari.
Asante sana. Thank you for inviting me to make this presentation. As he has already said, it's going to be very brief. So the reason why we are here is to develop a policy for the extension service. And one of our presenters in the morning said that in some countries, work together. So for us, for this policy to work, we should also see whether it works with the institutions of higher learning, which is academic. And I want to confirm for for us, we are already a step ahead. We have implemented that. We have mainstream farm schools in our extension plan. So I will present those, I think there are 4 to 5 slides because of time. So I'll go to the pathway. The pathway up to where we are. Then I'll also share the lessons learned and the method of implementation. So if you can move to where the pathway is. The pathway is the next one. Yeah, there. So I want to say that this journey of institutionalizing extension in our, or FFS in our extension methodology started way back in 2017, where we had a sensitization meeting where Edwin and a group from FAO came to us and we discussed on the possibility of institutionalizing or having FFS in our methodology. So what happened is that when we got the idea, we went straight into developing a curriculum, the FFS content, which was now incorporated by reviewing our curriculum. And then the next step that we took was to do a 3-week training. So 15 of us, 15 members of staff, to identify who went for a training of facilitator course. 3 weeks was. And then after that, the same 15 people went for a seasonal training to train as master trainers. The reason for doing this is that we cannot have a curriculum, yet we don't have capacity to people to implement this kind. So then after that, we also developed content for the certificate, diploma, and the degree program. And what we are now doing is to develop a short course on farm field skill development. And then the last bit that we are doing is that we have this outreach program where we are scaling up FFS methodology with the stakeholders, the partners that we have been working together, we are partnering for a long time. So I can report to you that as we speak now, students will be graduating this year. Degree and diploma students will have FFS methodology in their family. So we are restricted. Therefore, when they come out, we hope they'll find an enabling environment where they can exercise what they've done. So next, let me go to the lessons learned and the presentation. The lessons learned is that when you bring a new idea, particularly in an institution of higher learning, it is a long process. It requires patience. It was not easy to buy this idea. Edwin can tell you that when we were looking at what we asked for, I don't think we have implemented that to now. It takes long. So what we are saying is that we have managed to get 15 master trainers, and that's I speak now. These 15 master trainers are involved in a training on community-based facilitators under the NARI program. Now, we even wondering what I use data this school of master trainers is a challenge. So we need to do proper groundwork. So this is now to report in the outreach site, because these master trainers develop outreach sites. So we need also to do proper groundwork, the same way we do with the normal setup of farm field service. So next. The way forward is that One University has proven that institutionalizing of farm field schools is feasible through the development pathway. So this is an experience we are sharing, that if there is any institution of higher learning that wishes to have FFS in their extension curriculum, then they can follow that pathway and probably they will achieve the same results. And the pathway can be replicated and adopted to specific conditions. It has been adopted in Uganda, Uganda following that pathway. Ethiopia are also following the same pathway because we have shared this in several fora, and I hope we will succeed. And finally, I wish to report to you that One University has become the first institution of higher learning globally to have this FFS methodology. So this is a big plus for Kenya as a country and for One University. So it is possible, even what we are doing here, it is possible to have a policy and be distributing this FFS methodology in our normal extension program. So thank you very much for listening. That's the short experience I wanted to share.
Parliamentary. Thank you.
So, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mamunde, for that brief presentation. And partly I can see it as you are attempting to answer one of the questions that is going to be thrown to our panelists on the extent of institutionalization of faith schools. So thank you very much for that part. Now the next part is going to be very brief, of course, because the time has run. And we have Honorable Waziri, the CS representative. They are also tied up with other activities and we are likely to leave slightly earlier. So we want to move straight to the panel discussion. And I want to invite my colleague to share the questions that we want to discuss. And as we do that, I know some of the members, I can see, I don't know that Lucy Monday is on. She was on, okay. And then Anne Sophie will also be sharing some experiences. So, but locally, we have some few questions to throw to our panelists. And I invite our colleague Baha to come to stage and throw the questions so that we can quickly discuss. And from the discussions, it's going to generate a way forward. What are the next steps from this knowledge sharing event? So, welcome, Baha.
Thank you very much.
Will you be visible from that end? Sophie needs to see you.
Okay, that's one.
And other virtual participants.
Sorry.
We are now entering into the policy dialogue, where we want to concretize the issues that are going to be captured. And from the issues raised with the participants, they are going to inform the next policy direction. And the input from also our virtual participants, especially Anne Sophie and Lucy Mwandi from Rwanda, I believe, they're going to be very useful in building up our case for the next steps. So as my colleague Baba goes through those questions, any other questions?
I'm trying to get the
questions. I can assist you with mine. Mine is on. Let me be your technical assistant.
team, that technical lead, our discussants or panelists include the following. We have Susan Phillips from FFS Global Platform, Madam Lucy Mwangi, our hub policy advisor, and we have Lucy Jenga, representing the Office of the CS, Madam Waziri, and then finally Evans Mahor. I want to believe that you'll be able to share from wherever you are. But just before we get started, I want to invite Madam Sophie for opening remarks before we get started. I have about one question to each one of you, a maximum of 2, which I will be able to guide as we go through. Suzanne, the floor is yours. Thank you. Sorry. Anne-Sophie, sorry for that. Anne-Sophie, please.
Hello, Jumbo. It's very nice to be here. Asante Sana, Edwin, and colleagues, thank you so much for inviting me. Greetings from the Global Farmer Field School platform. We are hosted in FAO, and the Global Farmer Field School platform is a community of practice for all FFS practitioners globally. We provide support services, assistance in project formulation, in policy formulation, in capacity development, in producing reference documents. And it's a great pleasure to be with you today in this workshop. Thank you so much to our colleagues from KEFAS and AFAS Africa and FAO and all the partners involved in this wonderful workshop to have invited us. It is very all the more a pleasure for me to be with you, that I have followed from some distance the activities on farmer field schools in Kenya for many years now. And it is a country where you have innovated a lot in, and the example we just heard from the Bonny University about integrating farmer field schools in curricula is another example of how Kenya has been very creative using and mainstreaming farmer field schools in various parts of the agriculture sector. Around the world, where we've witnessed in the past 30 years of farmer field schools is a wealth of impacts that I must say has gone beyond imagination. And when I say beyond imagination, it's because farmer field schools have surprised us in unexpected impacts in communities. In so many places, FAO colleagues and partners, national partners, NGOs and others, universities have started farmer field schools with one objective, which initially was pest management and pesticide reduction and productivity. In other places, it was maybe livestock or pastoralism. Yes? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, and we have seen that farmer field schools have given results that sometimes were not at all what we expected. The yields have increased for crops, livestock herds have improved from farmer field schools learning by farmers and communities, but we've also seen farmers, men and women create businesses, become mayors of their communities or their cities, or become representatives, create NGOs, create initiatives for improving the water and sanitation in their villages. So the empowerment that was created by field schools have really led to all kinds of possible range of impacts, including in the community let's say, cohesion and reducing of conflicts in communities where farmer field schools had taken place, because farmers had become used to discussing problems and finding common solutions through dialogue in the field schools, as we do around a technical problem that we are trying to solve in the field schools. And so this had created a culture of cohesion, of dialogue, of listening, active listening, that has led to, in many cases, even reducing impacts of gender-based violence in outcomes in households, as studies from Kenya, from our colleague Deborah Dueskog, have shown. So it has been all the more so when field schools have had significant government support, and when the field schools have gone institutionalized into national strategies, in having a broader support network and enabling environment. So I very much look forward to discussing with panelists and with the audience on these issues of institutionalization farmer field schools. How can we give them a lasting impact through this broader enabling environment? Thank you very much. Over to you.
We seem to have lost connection with Edwin, because I think the meeting was being linked through Edwin.
Hi, James. Yes, yeah, it's true. It looks like he dropped. I can't hear anything yet.
It seems we on virtual have remained by ourselves.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Let me try to reach Edwin and see.
Yeah, he says we have lost the connection. He just texted me.
Okay. Anyway,
how do we connect back? Ask him to re-enter the meeting.
Yeah, he just has to re-enter the meeting.
I just spoke to Edwin. He said that they are trying to reconnect. And I think he said they didn't hear anything practically.
Okay, we'll wait.
In terms of field school institutionalization. I repeat, what are some of the successes made globally in terms of field school institutionalization? That will go to question 2. What are the gains made in field school implementation in Kenya? What are the gains made in field school implementation in Kenya? What do we consider as a success?
Mike.
I'm not audible enough. Okay. Question 2 was, what are the gains made in field school implementation in Kenya? What do we consider as a success? Number 3, what are the gaps limiting field school implementation in Kenya? What are the gaps limiting field school implementation in Kenya? Both policy and practice. Number 4, what are the opportunities for field school institutionalization in Kenya? What are the opportunities for field school institutionalization in Kenya? Question 5, what is the extent of field school institutionalization and progress made? What is the extent of field school institutionalization and progress made? Nationally, county, and institutional. National, county, and institutional. finally, how do we transform field school into business hubs for commercialization? How do we transform field school into business hubs for commercialization? So, thank you very much, colleagues. And Sophie, if you can hear us, kindly take the floor. Please, sorry for that speech.
Okay.
May I know where you are? Are you still giving the opening remarks? Or I can start sharing the questions?
I can only understand faintly because of the big echo. So I hear that you're talking, I hear some things. Can you repeat your question?
I wanted to know how far have you gone with the opening remarks? Because we want to go to the discussion session.
Can you speak closer to the computer?
May I know how far you had gone in terms of giving your opening remarks to the afternoon session?
Let me know what you heard. I'm not sure where you stopped. If you want me to start again or if you want me to jump in. I'm not sure where I dropped.
All right. We will kindly request you to start afresh if you don't mind, if you have the time.
Okay, that is fine. Okay. Really, it's a big pleasure for me to be with you. My name is Anne-Sophie Poiseau. I am based out of FAO in Rome, in the Plant Production and Protection Division, and I had the Global Farmer Field School Platform. The Global Farmer Field School Platform, if you don't know it, is a community of practice for all farmer field school practitioners globally. We aim to provide service to the farmer field schools community by supporting capacity development, by helping connect different FFS practitioners and sharing experiences from around the world, and producing reference documents, organizing events, and supporting formulation of policies in support of farmer field schools. And it's a great pleasure in that sense to be with you today. Thank you to all the organizers, KEFAS and AFAS and FAO, and all the partners involved in this event for asking us to join. It is lovely to see you. I was in Kenya last year to visit some activities there and work with our partners. And it's a shame for us to not be able to travel. We've all suffered from these restrictions of COVID-19, but technologies is helping us somehow stay connected. It's a great pleasure to be with you because Kenya is a country that has innovated in farmer field schools in Africa. And the presentation we heard earlier from Bonny University about mainstreaming field schools in the training at the university that students receive and training of master trainer within the faculty is a great example of how we can move closer to mainstreaming important methodologies such as farmer field schools to change the way and improve the way in which we work with farmers. Farmers innovate on a daily basis. They don't have a choice. They try to do things differently and adapt to climate change, to business and market requirements, to changing prices, to conflicts. And farmer field schools very much provide a platform for farmers, men and women and communities to learn how to innovate and to strengthen farmers' innovation capacity. this is really going much beyond simple technology adoption. It's a change of mindset. It's unlocking the potential of communities to take their own future in their hands. And we've seen great examples of unexpected impact from farmer field schools because of this, that went much beyond the focus of the initial projects. And around the world, there are so many examples of how once farmer field school helped empower local communities, they created businesses, they launched water and sanitation activities to improve health of their communities in the village, or they became mayors of their own cities, or the local city, and or representatives. So many unexpected impacts have taken place around the world from field schools once we have created the foundation for people's empowerment and local innovation. And we've seen that this is all the more so when we have a strong enabling environment and when field schools are conducted in partnership with national institutions and they make it part of their regular routine of operations in working with farmers. And that is what we call institutionalization, when a new thing becomes the norm, when a new way of working like farmer field schools become the usual way of doing. This is what we call institutionalization. And that can happen at the level of governments, that can happen through NGOs, that can happen within the farmer organizations or even the community organizations themselves. And I'm very happy to be with you today to discuss this issue of institutionalization and how it has helped around the world communities and governments have better impact and improve livelihoods and lift people out of poverty. So I very much look forward to discussing with this panel and the people in the audience. And again, thank you very much for welcoming us. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anne, for your time and very elaborate opening remarks. Colleagues, having listened to Anne, I am almost tempted to think that she had already done a lot of some sharing on question one. But just to bring her to speed, Anne, you are on the same bench with 4 other panelists, that is Madam Lucy Mwangi. We have also Madam Lucy Njenga, Honorable Waziri Nzomo, and Evans Makoha. Each one of you will have maybe 1 to 2 questions for sharing with the larger group. So kindly allow me therefore to pick the thoughts of the colleagues who are on the bench with you. Just before I get back to you on question 1, I'm sure all of them have already listened to your opening remarks. But very quickly, colleagues, especially Madam Njenga and Madam Waziri, just to pick your thoughts, having listened to Anne-Sophie on the successes made globally in terms of FFS institutionalization, allow me to ask, what is the extent of field school institutionalization and progress made in the country, regionally, and at institutional level? Not by any order, but maybe I will start with Madam Lucy Njenga. What is the extent of field school institutionalization and progress made nationally, county, and institutional? Is
trying to put it this
okay,
way.
okay. And
okay, thank you.
Just go ahead, Madam.
Okay, thank you. I'm Lucy Njenga, representing the national government. And when it comes to Farmer Field School, I will talk about maybe the role of the ministry when it comes to this matter.
Yes.
The ministry has a role as given by the Constitution of Kenya, Schedule 4, that will formulate agricultural policy, where Farmer Field School can be captured as a critical method of reaching the farmers. And to this end, we have developed agricultural policy, which is an overarching policy. And this policy is at cabinet, awaiting the full cabinet approval so that it can become a session of paper. If you go to that document, you'll realize we have a whole chapter on extension methodology, and one of those examples given is the Farmer Field School.
Mm-hmm.
If you come closer to what we are currently implementing as a strategy, because we have developed agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, which has also been aligned to agricultural policy, and that strategy has 9 flagship and digitally enabled extension agents. In that flagship, we have the transformation approaches, and one of them is to revitalize extension service in the counties. As if I repeat myself, Constitution gives national government mandate for policy, but the implementation is at the county. And because we are not mandated to tell the county which approach to use, we can only provide blueprints for maybe the program. We have several programs which are operating in the counties, and those many programs like the NARI, we have the KSA, we have the ASDSP, all those programs, they have tried to align to the agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy. So they have taken cognizance of all this methodology because extension is key, and it will be now upon the counties to see which one they are going to really emphasize on. But I believe different counties will prefer different maybe methods. There are many, and since the ministry is the mother, we can only provide enabling environment for all these methodologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Lucy. Now, having listened to you, I think it will only be prudent for us to be able to hear also from what is happening in the county government. Madam Waziri, please.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to say what is happening in the counties. And of course, right from the outset, I want to say that agriculture is a devolved function, and implementation of projects and programs that applies in the counties, while we depend on the mother ministry to spearhead policy, do capacity building, and of course provide standards and things like that. And I want to say that at the county level, different counties are at different levels in terms of Farmer Field School implementation, depending on who they are dealing with. And I would say that the biggest challenge we had with Farmer Field School implementation in the counties is the disjointed efforts. You find some counties have worked with FAO, some other counties have worked with FAO, GIZ, and we don't have a common platform where we can bring all these actors together so that we can be able to consolidate the efforts and maybe chart the way forward the most efficient way of doing it. But I want to say that in terms of harmonizing the activities of the various actors, we now have a structure called ASCO, which has been institutionalized in the counties along the intergovernmental structures. And this is a structure that is now bringing all the agriculture actors together on a round table so that you can be able to share what you're doing. And I'm sure once you're able to consolidate the efforts of everybody through CASCOM, we shall be able to establish who is doing what, and we'll ensure that we don't duplicate efforts. We don't do, there's less wastage of resources, because we shall be able to direct various actors in different directions. So I would say the formation of CASCOM and the launching of the CASCOM in the counties is a big breakthrough in coordinating the efforts by various actors. And I would say that now in the knowledge and KESA, these are all campaign programs which have come on board with the Farmer Field School methodology. This is cutting across all the 47 counties, because the counties which are not running directly have KESA. And I want to say that already we have the participatory development, the technology, the participatory development PTDs have already been set up for farmers to use as a learning during the seasons when we are doing the crops. And these technologies have really made our farmers make discoveries and go ahead and adopt the best practices. So already, through knowledge and KESA, we have already 80 community-based facilitators and 21 county technical staff. This is a critical area, because capacity building, I would have said, was a very big gap. And that is why the success stories we have in the counties have been with the projects and programs. The very good ones were being spearheaded by Carol. And you know, the research extension labs and officers were key in making sure that the Farmer Field School methodology is maintained. But at one point along the line, the research extension labs and officers were not aligned with the extension methodology kind of a framework from all the way from national. And that disconnect made the Farmer Field School not be sustained beyond the duration of the program, which was supporting it in Canada. And now coming to the counties, I want to say that counties have not made a deliberate effort because of the numbers of the extension staff that we are having. Over time, people have retired, others have gone away through natural attrition, and we are not employed. So already the staff farmer gap has become huge. And out of necessity, now we are going out for methodologies that can enable us reach the farmers, many farmers within the shortest time possible, and of course utilizing the limited number of people that we have. So already there are counties who have made deliberate efforts and dedicated resources in their budgets to support the Farmer Field School approach. And I would say that this is complementing the other efforts which are being done by other organizations, because some organizations will come and introduce the FFS technology and they will expect the counties to carry through with it. So the first step is to make sure that it's included in the county integrated development plans, so that when you're doing the county budgeting and planning, you can have a strong justification that you can defend through the cabinet and also the assembly, so that the resources are budgeted when you're doing the county budgeting, so as to support the farmers. And you realize that just like the way we pay SAP and damage, you know, the common interest groups, they are giving them some 50,000 to be able to support the farmer needs to activities. It's the same kind of approach that we are trying to use with counties, but this time it's now our technical staff, and through now the county budgeting, we provide the materials that are required, and we also make sure that like it is the officers who are attacking these farmer field schools, we are able to support them in a bill transport and a bill allowance. But I would say that by and large, all these efforts, once they are well coordinated and able to mobilize now the funding, pull it, and direct people in the right direction through transport, you can make a breakthrough. As we wait for the policy now from national government, and of course what we do as county government is either to investigate or do subsidiary legislation based on the needs of the specific counties, because we are all diverse and we are all unique in our own ways. But these are a technology that has a big value from the counties. Out of necessity, because we know we don't have enough staff to reach or switch to all the farmers.
Thank you very much, Waziri. In less than 1 minute before we get back to Anne-Sophie, Mr. Makoha, I also want to hear your thoughts in terms of the same thing, but what is the new norm at the institutional level?
Yeah, thank you so much. At the institutional level, I want to say that the field schools are being embraced. Having had an opportunity to work in pastoral communities where we used the pastoral field schools to implement production of fodder through irrigation in some counties that are under seasonal rivers and permanent rivers. We realized that using the pastoral field school approach was one of the best ways of buying in by the communities, because of the communities learning by themselves, doing things by themselves and discovering by themselves. This was one way of sustaining the production of fodder. And this really helped those communities that were doing fodder production to sustain the livestock production. In the same spirit, at an institutional level, what my previous colleague had said about projects coming in to support field schools at that level. And then what I would also say is that it is important that any project that is coming up, either at county level or at national level, we need to embrace field schools and extension methodology.
Thank you very much. I will get back to Anne-Sophie. Anne, I hope you are all ears. What are some of the successes made globally in terms of field school institutionalization? We've already heard from the country level, the county level, and at the institution. Over to you, Anne.
Thank you very much. At the onset, I should say that farmer field schools institutionalization is a reality. It is happening in a lot of countries with different modalities in sometimes imperfect manner, but it has generated so much interest from the partners who were involved in farmer field schools that in many countries we see that it has been integrated in various parts of the agriculture sector. We should say that farmer field schools is of course not an aim in itself. It's a stepping stone for further development of communities into self-sustained groups. So in the sense, when we say institutionalization of farmer field schools, we have a broader aim than just promoting field schools per se to be adopted by governments. What is beyond this wish to institutionalize farmer field schools is actually to institutionalize the values that farmer field schools have been proposing and implementing. One of them is people's empowerment and people-centered development and extension or advisory services. And another one is ecological literacy, is learning from observation and learning from understanding the functioning of agroecosystems and of a herd or of a plant in its environment, of soil and water and climate and trees and pest and disease and natural enemies. So it's learning about understanding the context and the interactions and the synergies around this crop or animal or fish that we are trying to grow. So it's on the one hand, this empowerment and the ecological literacy on the other hand that we are trying to institutionalize. So there has been various adaptation of farmer field schools globally, from farmer climate school to farmer business school to farmer market school to farmer aquaculture school, agro-pastoral field schools, farmer junior field and high schools, but also many other themes and approaches that are not called field schools, but that can be climate field shops in Indonesia, or the field labs that are implemented in the United Kingdom now, in Scotland, that are a direct adaptation of farmer field schools, even in countries in Europe, changing a little bit the elements of the methodology, but keeping at the center the participatory processes, discovery learning processes, and learning by observation and learning by doing. And that's the critical thing. So in Europe, for instance, where farmers have cars and they can go from one farm to the other and visit each other, these field shops, for instance, field labs that they have in the UK, basically moving from farm to farm. They identify a common problem that they want to study, and different farmers set up different experiments, and then they visit it from farm to farm, backed up by research. So that's an adaptation that they have made of the field schools that had inspired them, but they are keeping the discovery, learning, and observation and experimentation led by farmers at the center of these principles. The field schools itself, in the methodology as we know it, has been adapted and institutionalized in many countries. From, let's say, Burkina Faso, who's running 2,000 farmer field schools a year on government budget. So that can be integrated, farmer field schools can be integrated in government budgets and training. And that has a lot of value for governments in our experience, because it improves tremendously the skills and the quality of the farmer advisors once they've gone through the cycle of field schools. And they can take that in the rest of their activity, being more engaging with farmers, being able to tap on farmers' capacities to innovate and change, being able to be supportive and play the role of a facilitator with soft skills, encouraging farmers to have their own initiatives and income generating businesses, and self-organize. And we've seen that there's also a lot of value when farmer field schools are integrated into higher learning education or schools of agriculture, which is another form of institutionalization. We've heard examples from Kenya today. We have similar examples also in Ethiopia, but also in many other places in West Africa. In Latin America, for instance, the national agriculture universities in Costa Rica and Honduras have integrated farmer field schools into the curricula of universities. And we've seen also that Peru, for instance, has integrated being a facilitator as a formal recognized skills by the Ministry of Education, in partnership with Ministry of Agriculture. So they have a formal degree, like a job qualification to be a farmer field school facilitator in Peru. You have another form of institutionalization, which is in NGOs, where this has become part and parcel of their own ways of operating programs in a way that is much more participatory. It goes from local NGOs in so many countries we've seen across all the regions in the world, but also global NGOs like CARE or Oxfam, for instance, who are close partners of the Global Farmer Field School platform. Agronomists and Veterinary Without Borders, many other large NGOs who operate at global level in multiple countries are also using field schools. It's also very important to institutionalize, to shift the dependence on adult funding by donors to more sustained financing from public and private sources. And in the sense, government funding is of course important to shift field schools into more longer term ways of operating, but also the efforts that have been done in East Africa, in particular, organizing farmers around a FOSI model and clustering farmers and supporting farmers through farm organization to have semi-self-financing mechanisms of farmer field schools. This has been very, very interesting, such as has been documented by our colleague James Hokarth and Godric Kissa and Julianus Thomas, who have worked in across East Africa. And ultimately, one other form of institutionalizing that we've seen is to create a support system across organizations that are supporting farmer field schools. So supporting stakeholder interactions, supporting farmer groups, farmer fora, or farmer congresses of farmers who are training farmer field schools, farmer organizations, We've seen in many countries FFS farm organizations be created. In Rwanda, for instance, they, with the support from the Rwanda Agriculture Board, facilitators cooperatives were also created. So that's now the level of the facilitators, where the facilitators in a given district who had been trained formed a cooperative, and they became a service provider that could be hired either by government programs or by private programs, by agribusinesses, or by donors, and at the district level to provide FFS services. And we've seen several societies of facilitators like SOFT in Pakistan, or some in Latin America, BICRI, or in Senegal, or in many other places, societies, organizations of facilitators created to sustain the farmer field schools. So there are very many ways that institutionalization have shown benefits. It is an imperfect process. It is not always, sometimes it has led to watering down the principles of farmer field schools. So we need to continue innovating and being mindful of quality as we move towards more institutionalization. This is one of the reasons the Global Farmer Field School platform was created, but there's also to support countries who want to create a national FFS strategy or who wants to institutionalize and while keeping the quality. And we are here and available to support countries as they move in this process. But there are also wonderful capacities on FFS in countries who are the prime supporters of governments who are trying to institutionalize field schools. I will stop at that and then look forward to hearing the other panelists and what experience they have to share.
Thank you so very much, Anne-Sophie, for such informative insights into institutionalization through the global lens. We thank you so much. Colleagues, allow me now to prepare ourselves into the policy trajectory by preparing Lucy Mwangi. But before she comes in, I want to once again get back to Madam Lucy Njenga with one additional question, that is, what are the gains made in field school implementation in Kenya? What do we consider as a success? I repeat, what are the gains made in field school implementation in Kenya? What do we consider as a success?
Okay, thank you very much. From the national government point of view, the success is when we see the impact. When we do monitoring and evaluation and we see the impact, like the way the ASDSP in the morning, they are giving us their results, experience in Kajiado, where we found farmers adopting issues of making hay, and also issues of making soap detergents. When you see people adopting and making it a way of life and changing and becoming, becoming a livelihood activity, that is the time we think something is having success. Because it's not just training, but adoption.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Waziri, you want to share your thoughts on that? As Madam Lucy Mwangi, I hope you are with us. Prepare yourself. Kindly, Waziri.
Yeah, yes, I want to say that when you want to look at the people who have come together in common interest groups and have even moved along the commercialization path and have become market-oriented producer enterprises, farmer groups which started in an FFS setting. And I want to say that even through the NAGI program and even the KSAP, when this program was rolled out and we were looking for common interest groups, producer enterprises, producer organizations where investment can be done, it was the farmers' field schools which existed that we were very easily able to bring them together because they understand what it means to do things together. And we have seen these people registering very good quality produce because they have adopted technology,
most latest technology. And it's very easy for them even for us to promote what we are calling the teams through Naliji and even KESA. So I would say that in terms of even commercializing, those farmers who existed who have been in the farmer field school, who have been exposed to the farmer field school approach, they have been very easy to bring together. And in fact, these are the groups that we are targeting with what we call the inclusion grant. And through the inclusion grant, they are very able to quickly bring the other economic interest groups together. They are transformed into producer organizations. And now we are even funding them with the value chain and blending grants, where they can even move towards even processing with the multi-community investments. And I said these are the fruits of the efforts of farmers.
Thank you very much, Waziri, for that. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get hold of Lucy Mwangi. I hope she is able to join us all the way from Rwanda. Lucy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One question to you, please. What are the gaps limiting field school implementation in Kenya? What are the gaps limiting field school implementation in Kenya? Policy and practice.
Thank you.
Are you with me? Yes.
Yes, I am with you.
Go ahead.
And I'm looking at the gaps linking policy and practice in Kenya. I will highlight on a few issues. But before I do that, it's important to note that when you look at field schools, implementation of field schools contribute to the many of the national objectives in the national policies, especially in Kenya. When you look at the objectives of food security, you realize that the gains of the field schools feed into meeting these objectives. However, we still have gaps between policy and practice. In fact, the very one main question that is asked, as we see field schools contributing all this to the national policies and national strategies, is the budget that is allocated to field schools in Kenya commensurate to these objectives? Is the budget, if you look like how the field schools are really meeting so many objectives, but when you look at the financial allocation, of course, by the policymakers, both at national and local governments, you realize that it's not commensurate. That is one of the key gaps that we have. Then you also look at the issue of human resources. You realize that in most cases, we may not have enough FFS facilitators or enough master trainers, especially along some value chains. And you find that we should have a policy that is really supporting the building capacity of the human resources on field schools. I'm happy to note that in some countries already, you find we are having some graduates already being trained in FS. In Kenya, Pwani University is already doing this, but is this enough really? No, we need to build up on that. And we also have another gap linking policy and practice in some cases where we have contradicting policies, especially when you come to pesticides. I know it can be very challenging. You want to control fall armyworm, for instance. So you are quick to use the pesticides. Maybe that's a policy. But when you look at the field schools, maybe we are also looking at how we can control this, not necessarily using pesticides. So it would also be good also to have some policies that are not contradicting, but complementing the field schools. And continuing with the gaps, you also find that as much as we would want to maintain the quality of field schools, we kind of do not have guidelines in the national extension strategy You know, like I know it was mentioned that already we have the national extension policy. It's already going through parliament and all that, but it would be very important to have, you know, like key strategies that really are guiding on how to maintain the principles and to maintain the quality of the field schools. And it's also good to note that when you look at the field schools, you realize that most of the facilitators to some extent are kind of not incorporated in the national policy. If you look at facilitators, maybe this is an extension agent, but has been trained maybe to be a facilitator or to be a master trainer. But we don't have very clear, like within the deployment system, I don't think we don't have like you are deployed as a FFS facilitator. You are, most of the times you are deployed, maybe you have another role, which is your primary role, but the FFS, being an FFS facilitator, it's just an addition to your normal roles and duties and responsibilities. So at a glance, that's what I would say, the gaps that we have between policy and practice. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Lucy.
I know you know Kinyarwanda.
Without telling Madam Lucy Jenga so much, but because policy is you and you are policy, we will wish to pick your thoughts on the gaps and practice, just in 1 or 2 minutes before we get to the next question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I would like to react to a few gaps, but before I react to the few gaps, I would like to clarify to Madam Lucy Mwangi. I talked of agricultural policy, which is at cabinet, awaiting the full cabinet approval. But we have a national agricultural extension policy, national agricultural sector extension policy, which was actually approved in 2012. But we realized that it had not captured fully matters of devolution, because our country embraced the default government from 2014, because 2013 it was transition period, and from 2014, actually all the extension activities were default, and they are basically done at the county level. However, that national agricultural sector extension policy, extension program policy, it is being reviewed to incorporate all issues of devolution. And it has actually captured farmer field school as one of critical extension approaches in use in the country. If you look at the original document, it had captured that. So I'm sure that statement will still remain, and maybe with the new information, it might be even be improved. Then the other thing I would like now to go to the other gaps. She has talked about the, okay, some of them are linked to Madam Basiri, because like deployment, we do not have mandate to do deployment at the county. That is Madam Basiri. But there is an issue she talked about, contradicting policy, especially when it comes to pesticides. And maybe farmer field schools are teaching an alternative method. Maybe at this point, I would like to say, as a national government, we have a division, or it's rather a unit, which deals with plant protection. And this plant protection, when it comes to plant protection, we do not only embrace maybe the organic protection, but you also have to use maybe the pesticides, so long as you use them in the right recommended way. And we have the Pest Control Products Board, which is there as an authority, as an authorized agent in the country, that is an authorized institution, which registers only the safe pesticides. So pesticides which the farmers use, so long as they have been registered by the PCPB, then it means those pesticides are okay. But the farmers need to be trained on the safe use of those pesticides. Maybe when it comes to the withdrawal period, the concentration, and even the method of application. Farmer field school can be very useful in explaining to the farmers and teaching them the best way of applying those pesticides. But we cannot say fully that we do away with pesticides. I don't think it is tenable. We have to complement, the two have to complement each other. She talked about the guidelines in maintaining the farmer field school. If you look at the guidelines, extension guidelines of 2017, still field school comes as, again, one of the approaches there. Among the 12 approaches, because we have also plant training, we have mass media, we have field schools, there are many. And field school, again, is one of them. There are quite a number. Field school is one of them. We have mass media, e-extension, we have agricultural training centers, and also pastoralist training centers. We have method demonstrations, we have research demonstration, agricultural information desk, agricultural shows and field days, because all these are areas where farmers can get the information. You find, again, farmer field school actually comes among the top. So farmer field school is one of those methods which are recognized, and I like the way Madam Anne has said, it's the changing, it's values, you know, embracing and making sure that we are changing and helping each other. So when it comes to deployment, I think Madam Wasili is really going to talk about that. Because that is her domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Ikenga Wasili Tafadhali.
Yeah, if I may just add something. I'll look at the gaps in terms of opportunities that exist. And of course, a lot has been said about improving the skills and quality of trainers. And I would say that national government has a role of capacity building, like it was mentioned here earlier. But the unfortunate thing in Kenya is that resources don't necessarily follow functions. And as much as we want national government to support counties in their capacity building, a lot of the times we are informed that they don't have the funds. And I would say that national government, you can have very good policies, strategies, and what have you. But these strategies, policies are supposed to be followed through with building the capacity of the counties to implement the same. And I'd say this has been a huge gap because the resources are retained at the national level, with the assumption that it's a national government function. And so documents are rolled out, but the implementation capacity in terms of the knowledge and the skills that are required at the country level, they are missing. So that is a big gap between practice and now the policy. And I'd say that in terms of even strengthening the institutional support and stakeholder interactions, we don't see a lot of that happening. And yet the national government has the national picture about who existed, who is doing what national. I've just been asking the Joint Agriculture Secretariat, Madam Susan is here, because at the county level, we needed to understand who is in the agriculture space in Kenya and what are they doing and in which county are they. Because there are a lot of synergies that we can bring across counties because of regional, we are divided into regional blocks, and there's a lot we can share in common across those regional blocks. But I have no idea in Tanzania who the context of who is there and what they're doing. And of course, in terms of establishing participatory research and development efforts for collaborative learning, our researchers will tell you that they are funded. In fact, we are no longer rolling out technologies, innovations for research. Why? Underfunded. And yet, that is a key area because we are saying, even for us to generate interest among the farmers, you want to introduce something new. Something she was talking about 20 years ago, we got interested in where she's coming from. And of course, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, We don't have a standardized process and procedure. Everybody is doing their own monitoring evaluation in their own corner. So this is one area where I feel that we can work together and come up with a very clear way, standard, that we can use to do monitoring evaluation, because it's out of the monitoring evaluation that we can see which areas are not working, which areas are working, so that we can scale the good areas and see what we can do about the areas that are not working. And of course, now the national policy frameworks for the institutionalization of FFS, they can support organized farmers through enhanced networks and also legal and budgetary support, because national government is about, government is about providing an enabling environment for the FFS implementation. But without a good legal framework, without a very good regulatory framework, and without a very good institutional framework, we will not achieve this. And of course, when you come to academia, there is a lot of scope for expanding and deepening the symbiotic relations that can exist between the institutions of higher learning and of course as farmers. And of course, there is a need to establish a nexus between teaching and research in FFS. So I want to actually applaud one university. I don't know whether they are still here, but yeah, a lot of counties in the region, they are benefiting from their master trainers. But you're saying, is it only now one university that can do this? So there is still a lot of scope for the academia to venture into this process and be able to do more investment in FFS at the university and to produce better trained future extensions through, of course, in the FFS development. Yeah, so like I said, we can still do better to come to the national government by first ensuring that the resources for the functions. If this is my function, let me get the resources that I need to make sure that I do what I'm supposed to do, so that I don't have to kill this here because she's done a very good policy and she's not building the capacity of the counties to be able to implement that policy, to be as good as not done. So we require a lot of goodwill, even from our leaders, to be able to support this process. And that's what we are able to do.
Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you, panelists, for such an interactive session. We have one of our own from FAO representation Malawi, that is James Okoth. Are you there? He also wants to sound his voice into the policy discussion, especially bridging the gap between practice and policy and practice. James, if you can hear me. Are you there?
Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bwana Moderator, and I would like to thank the organizers for this meeting. First and foremost, I would like to express our gratitude to the government of Kenya for championing institutionalization of farmer field schools. This is a story we started way back in 1999. 2020, seeing some of these fruits, I think is very encouraging. I would like to just share a couple of points which build from conversations we've been having right from 1999, but also spread across other countries, including Malawi, where I am based. The story of institutionalization is a complicated one. And even where we have a lot of government commitment, we still feel there is this feeling of institutionalization trying to exclude some people. Some people have that fear of exclusion, which normally waters down the energies and efforts that we have had. So this is something that as we move our efforts forward, let's look at all these worried Thomases that need to be brought on board. That said, I would like also to mention that when doing the institutionalization, we need to look at institutions where the field schools are as well. I'm saying this from experience in Malawi. When we are talking of institutionalization, it's like a centralized conversation. Yet we have planning institutions at the district, at the community with traditional leaders that need to be included in the conversation. So institutionalization needs to be looked at beyond just the formal structures, but also let us look at the communities where these farmer field schools are happening, because we have planning committees that have leaders in the local leadership, and they determine some of these resources. We had resources from CDF, the Constituency Development Fund in Malawi, that some groups wanted to access. But because leaders who take decisions on planning have been left out, they never access these resources and they end up going into other things. That said, I would like to really continue encouraging our leaders in the government to continue providing the stewardship, because sometimes we have left the institutionalization processes to projects, to NGOs and all this, and we all have different interests. The only custodian that takes care of the Mwananchi is the government. So we need to see how government maintains providing the stewardship. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I wasn't on the panel, but I would like to thank you very much. And this is one very encouraging meeting that I decided to sit in right from morning. Thank you. Over to you, Bwana Moderator.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James, for being there for us. You are aware that field school is a lot of flexibility, and in that spirit, that is how we brought you on board. I would wish to request just for colleagues to prepare themselves. We will throw a question to you off the cuff. But as we go to the finishing line, two more questions. One is going to be directed to Mr. Makoha, and it's about what are the opportunities for field school institutionalization in Kenya? What are the opportunities for field school institutionalization in Kenya? And I will also request this to be an open one. Immediately he's through, we can also hear from the rest of the panelists. Karibu.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say, going from the success stories that has been shared as far as field schools are concerned, the benefits that are shared with it, I want to say that field school approach is very important for the future. One, looking at the service provision, extension services. For a very long time, we have had inadequate extension service providers. And the situation is not going to be lessened in the very near future, considering the prevailing situation. So the field school approach is one of the best extension approaches that is likely to cover many more farmers than the previous extension approaches that we have had before. As a ministry, we are looking at kitchen gardens. Now, the kitchen gardens, we want to look at the issue of food and nutrition security, particularly in these periods of the COVID pandemic. So, looking at the kitchen gardens, we have an array of proposed activities that will focus on the most vulnerable members of the communities, people who have very limited land. So, under field school approach to support those who want to develop the kitchen garden activities. For livestock, we are looking at small forms of livestock that will occupy less space, like the dairy goats that will supply milk, high quality milk for the family and also maybe for a small income. We look at the poultry that requires a small space, but is very nutritious in terms of the egg and the meat. And also the rabbits that require small space and less inputs, but very high in terms of protein content. And they can, because they are so prolific, they can support the families. So this will be one of the key areas where the use of field school will be very critical in implementing these activities. In the ministry, we are also addressing the issues of the before agenda. And implementation, if we have made good success out of this, it will be very good if we look at the issues of field school approaches to implement these activities. As I had mentioned earlier in the previous question on issues of pasture and fodder production, we have used field schools to support communities to produce pasture and fodder. And these are areas that have very high opportunities to do the production. And looking at the commodities from the initial resource requirements, the inputs, the value addition of it, the marketing, being in the marketing approaches will be very good, because we want to look at any commodity production as a business. So using the field school approach will be one of the easiest ways to achieve this kind of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Waziri. Aware that increasingly countries are having programs that are utilizing FFS approach as one of the methods of implementation. How do we transform field schools into business hubs for commercialization?
Thank you. Like I said, there seems to be a wave across the country, because most of the development partners are coming through organized groups of farmers. And we are seeing people coming together as common interest groups and pursuing common interests and even tapping onto resources that can help them. So the way I see it is that these farmer field schools, once they are properly registered, because somebody talked about not just having a loose organization but with a registered group, they can advance towards commercialization and they become market-oriented producer enterprises. And alongside that, we can see them, like I said earlier, they can be in a position where they can even apply for funding and things like grants, so that they can be able to upscale whatever they are doing. And I see it as a big opportunity because, like my colleague said when she was presenting on the FFS in Kajiado, there is already a willingness, because most of these farmer field schools, they are organized around common interests. So they're already willing because they love what they do. And so when they come together and we have now enough capacity, people, a good number of people who have been trained in this technology to support them, even beyond the life of the projects and programs that maybe has brought the FFS on board. We can see it in terms of sustainability and growth. And of course, we have just said there is room for research, more research to be done, because we are now facing climate change. And I believe once these farmers they are brought in, the things that work better for them, they can be able to allow not just the productivity, but also the profitability of what they are doing. And I think once the people come together and they're able to see the benefits and the profit out of what they are doing, that will even makes them even stronger. They are able to come together and do what they do best. And of course, we mentioned about exposure and experience for students. Just the same way Repani has developed a curriculum. For counties, we would wish that we would have even some interns who come and support us, because, like I said, because of the numbers. And I believe once these farmer fields are supported properly, that will stop them. We have seen it with the KSAP, we have seen it with the region, where we had just a CAG, which has transformed into a producer organization. Now they are even marketing not just quality but volumes, and they are now moving towards even processing. That is commercialization, and that is growth. And I see this very possible through the farmer field school. Once it gets the support that it requires, and we also able to support with small grants so that they can even be able to continue adopting more and more technologies as they explode into wider horizons along the value chains.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Truth be told, there is always finger pointing between national and county governments. Just for colleagues, you are here with us. without letting the bag out of the cat or the cat out of the bag. Limiting ourselves to policy matters. What are your thoughts in terms of the gap that is existing between policy and practice? Any one of you, both of you can say something, because we know you are a very critical and serious link between the two levels of government.
Good evening.
Evening.
Thank you for the chance. Sorry for that. Just from Secretariat, yes, we are the link between the national and county government, and we have structures that links us through the two records, and especially for policies, we have policies, registration, and standards sector working group with membership from the two levels of government, and the gap as we are talking, and as Madam Susi has said, already the process is on to review the NASEP, and this process has to pass through the sector working group, and with that, and with the sensitization we have gotten, because this is also a sensitization, it's also a knowledge sharing platform. We will be able to steer these issues and be able to bridge this gap on policy dialogue. FFS, I can also testify, is a working model. I once worked in Limuru, and the appointment we were starting FFS by FAO, it was being funded by FAO, and I had groups that would decide, and even up to now, they come to say like the affiliate peoples in Karen, they practice organic farming. They are from Hironi, inherited another group in Mwangi, and they continue. So it is something that is going to be a success, and it's linked to commercialization. So what we are all discussing here, it is something that is feasible, it is something that can lead us to the next level of commercialization and incomes generation and food security. So we are the right platform, only that we need to do more sensitization. And for the Raspberry project that is there, we need to do more sensitization. We ran for it today, we were not aware, and we have a project and sector working group with still the same membership from national and county government, and it is through these structures that we are able to sensitize the members, and then Madam Maria here, before us, our super CC, she's very for whatever we discuss in the sector working groups. She's able to share with all the CCs, and the message is taken up very fast. We have the other sector working groups on capacity building, where Amaria is supposed to be a member now, but the member needs to come is Kylie. And then we have one on monitoring, evaluation, and communication. And we have a draft sector MNE framework, where some of these things will be tracked. How are we faring on in relation to advisory services? These are some of the feedbacks that we need to be giving feedback between the two levels of government so that we can be able to improve. I hope I've answered
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much. I don't know whether brothers have anything or she's been exhaustive enough. But just to warm up the room, Thank you very much. I'm Karen Michael from CASCOM. Mine will not be highlighted there, but I'll just give a comment. Okay. We have been talking of FFS as a model for delivering technologies, including training farmers, which is very okay, and this one is going to address the issue of increasing productivity. We have also highlighted the limitation of the human resource in countries. But the big question is, why is it that the political class at the country level are not considering agriculture to be key in that they are not allocating enough resources to the Department of Agriculture so that we can benefit more from it, considering the multiplier effect. I'll stop there. I do not want to answer now, but it is a food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can assure you will get an answer in a few minutes or seconds. Best practice requires us that when we have a panel discussion, we always wrap it up with at least a few seconds of parting shots. Therefore, I'm requesting all the panelists to have a minute or so. I'm requesting Lucy Mwani, are you there? And Sophie, if you are there, we need to solicit your parting shots.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please. Let's hear your last words. Your final contribution on this matter of policy, please, in a minute.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
What I can say is that institutionalization of the FS is possible. We've already heard about the success stories, quite a number. Here in Rwanda, it is one of the success cases where we have field schools institutionalized both in the national strategies, national policies, and even implemented by implementers in both public and private sector. So I want to say that for this to happen, it can also happen in other countries, even Kenya. I know a lot has happened. However, there is still more that need to be done. And in this more that need to be done, I would want to highlight just a few issues given the time that I have. And the very, very first one, I would want to recommend that we need to mainstream the FS into government structures. This is looking at both the decentralized levels in Kenya, in the country. And I know this is happening, but more need to be done. And like I said, we also need to have support from development partners. We are talking about resources, but we have a lot of resources. If we can bring everybody on board with the proper networking from development partners, NGOs, if we can have very, very structured partnerships, then even the issue of resources may not arise. So there is really need. We have talked a lot since morning about integration of FS into institutions of higher learning. I know we have already mentioned what Pwani University is doing, but someone even has raised, is it only Pwani University? Can we have more universities, take up what already Pwani University is doing? And when I also look at the financing mechanisms, remember what I said earlier, that it is not commensurate what FS field schools are supporting in the achievement of the national objectives. But when you look at the funding, so here again, we need to look at developing new financing mechanisms. We may not just necessarily, look at the national government to fund, but we can also look at funding even from the extension components of the large projects. We have many projects funded by IFAD, World Bank, and others, which you could peg on. We also have social funds. I know we have the Social Protection Fund. We would also have field schools supported through the Social Protection Funds. So at a glance, those are my parting shots by saying that institutionalization of FS is very doable, and we can build on these opportunities that are already there to move up with the institutionalization and upscaling of FS. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you very much. Not just some light at the end of the tunnel, but very huge light. Ms. Makova, please, the floor is yours. Cutting short.
Thank you. What I want to say is that we have the National Field Schools Coordinating Unit. And one of the key activities that they will need to do is one, development of the standards for training of facilitators, master trainers, and also embracing field schools apart from the one university, other institutions of higher learning, including the DVS, so that we have a standard, a common understanding of the field schools across the board. Also, one of the key issues that was mentioned is we have so many players who have come in, including NGOs, doing field schools, but what are the standards? The quality is varied. So the purpose of the coordinating unit will be to harmonize, develop the standards and harmonize the trainings and the trainers so that any institution, any organization, any partner development that we want, we implement an activity using the field schools will follow those type of guidelines. I think that's what I want to say.
Thank you so very much. Over to you, David.
Thank you. What we need, both as county and national government, is to spearhead an FFS evolution, because we know we've had it for those many number of years. But of course, with the emerging climate change challenges, we know that farmer field school offers a good opportunity for farmers to adopt new practices so that they can improve their livelihoods. And of course, for the transformation to take place, we need to ensure that there is sustainability of the farmer field school approach. And of course, we also need to make sure that it is acceptable within the community, not just within the community, but within the county structures. And at the same time, we need to ensure that in terms of quality, accessibility, and impact, we improve it day by day, so that we can, by applying and managing the agricultural land and sustainable agricultural production. And at the same time, the goodwill from national and county government is required, because the ultimate goal is to reach institutionalization, where the local and national level actors create a common understanding of FFS, and at the same time integrate it into agriculture policy and rural development programs, where FFS programs and networks can succeed. So we are here to say that we are here and we are ready, as county government, working closely with the national government to make sure that this technology takes root, and we ensure that our farmers embrace this and FFS to achieve food and nutrition security. Thank you.
Asante sana waziri. Madam Lucy Njenga, please, part short as we wind up.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the good and very informative debate. We have all learned from each other. It has really been good sharing. Mine is to say that currently, because the government is undertaking the review of the National Agricultural Sector Expansion Program policy, when we come to you asking for comments, I trust that all of you are going to give us your comments. Remember, in Kenya, policy development is always done in a very participatory manner, and therefore we'll come to the counties, we'll even reach our development partners for comments, and even key stakeholders, including our tertiary institutions. So when we come to you for comments, make sure you put your point there. As I have told you, we have already included FFS Field School as one of the critical approaches. So make sure you give us more information when we come to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Mufi. Panelists, allow me to say a very big thank you for your time, very informative highlights, interactive discussions that we've had. We're looking forward to having more of this in the near future. Without much ado, I want to pass over the mic to Vicky. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our noble panelists, right? Those participating physically and virtually. From all the discussions we have had in this event, we have summarized them into 7 points as take home from here. What are we going to do? And I want to invite my colleague, Jane Geshara, to read us through, to take us less than a minute and a half, so that we agree on what we have discussed as the participants. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, everybody. And these are some of the discussions and recommendations that we captured for today's meeting. And so it's a policy discussion and knowledge sharing event, which has been held today at CAL. Some of the recommendations coming from the team which was here and all the participants virtually. 1, it is time to fully entrench farmer field schools as one of extension service provision in all counties. Listening to what Sophie said, one of the things we are looking is that it promotes values of participation. It encourages ecological systems and institutionalization for strengthening and support. 2, there is need for continued policy support in the development of extension framework, strategies, and guidelines. And listening to what our policy, Madam Lucy has talked about, we talked about of issues of budgeting, human resource, and some of the policies that look like they are contradicting, though she told us they are not contradicting, it's a matter of looking at which one needs to strengthen where. Number 3, the county development investments, knowledge sharing programs, and agriculture should be designed with a market orientation for commercialization. This is to encourage, if I listen to like what Najib is doing, we have component 1, which is promoting the formation of the FFS, and also it has done the investment to them. We also need to ensure that the aspect of commercialization starts from the design part so that everybody sees the value, because so that we stop the blame of FFS are just training. We have the business angle. 4, there's need to dedicate budget provisions at county level to support FFS. And this will come up once the structures are set, and that's why we talked of strengthening the policy to support the development of extension frameworks. Number 5, there's need to set up standardized reporting and monitoring systems from the field schools to the county level for purposes of accountability and best practice sharing. so that at least from the one level to the county level, we are able to know what is happening and is it as uniform as per the guidance of the field school guidance, and then we can be able to share with others. Number 7, there is need to support middle level colleges to implement FFS trainings. Those are the TVET institutions. Number 8, there is need to anchor FFS in county integrated development programs. This will ensure farmer field schools activities are funded light from the county level. And now, what are the next steps after this meeting? And I'll throw it back to Wycliffe.
Yes, thank you very much, members. We have heard what the summarized version of what you have been discussing. I don't know if there is any key point that was left out. But I'm asking about the physical and virtual attendance.
Wycliffe, can I have one thing?
Yes, Max.
Thank you very much for a wonderful summary, and thank you so much, the team Kenya and all those who participated. Of course, from the East Africa Field School Hub, as a hub that brings us together, we feel that a recommendation or our engagement from country level with the hub should be strengthened in a way that, or even if the countries are strong, they should be linking with the hub so that we have a much more voice in the region. We would like to see this learning where Kenya, even from Embu County, coming to the hub. We also want to see the same thing coming from South Sudan and all countries. So we should be able to see the linkage between the country field school coordination offices, focal point persons, and focal units strongly getting to the hub. And the hub has that mandate of future accreditation of everyone in the region. So I felt this should also come clearly, since this is one of our first policy dialogues that we're having at a national level from Kenya.
Thank you, Max. This is well said and captured. Thank you very much, Max. And we are just concluding this meeting. So what are our next steps? The next steps are the low-lying fruits. The first one?
We need to develop a policy to develop policy belief from today's deliberations. So a policy belief will be developed from today's deliberations and other deliberations that have been going around. So what we need is who is going to take the lead and how do we go about this. So who will we assign this so that we can be saying this is the...
In the spirit of field schools, participation is one of the key elements. Obviously, it is us, the KEFAS, together with the Kenya Field Schools Coordinating Unit. That one is done.
So KEFAS and together with Kenya School Coordinating Unit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are here. That's not complete. Yes. I take responsibility.
So Mariat takes the responsibility, the key person that won't be asking where are you. Number 2, draft regional policy to be customized for country use.
Yes.
We understand there is a regional policy that is developed on FFS.
Yes.
So
Madam Kusimwani, if you are on here, I know you're working on that document. And
yes, I am.
Yes. So that is the next step. We are waiting for that document so that we can nationalize and pass it over to counties.
So Lucy of AFAS to take the lead that. Number 3, support of NASEP review to fast track institutionalization of farmers' field skills. That one.
Yes, to fast track review of NASEP, yes. That one will also take lead. Our director, Madam Lucy Jenga, personally I'm there, but we need support from stakeholders because policy making is a very expensive exercise. So the way we were advised by Madam Lucy Mwangi, we'll be reaching out to a wider stakeholder, to a wider development partners, so that we can get necessary support to fast track policy review.
So we are saying the one taking the lead is the Director of Policy and Development?
Yes.
Partner? So Madam Bruce.
Yes, the ministry executives. Yes.
And for the next step is?
I had some input on that. I had some input on that because we had discussed, and I was telling Madam Bruce, we actually wrote a letter to the ministry when we were developing the NASEP, and our interest was to convene the private sector so that they can be able to give input into those policies, in that particular policy. We did a letter and was very looking for some reaction, but I think we would be able to work closely with the ministry so that we would be able to bring that voice of the private sector within that NASEP framework.
Thank you very much, Peter. And our rooms are open. We are going to engage.
Okay, number 4 on the next step is form policy discussions at 1, national level, county level, research, training, and extension. So who is going
to take the lead?
Who is going to take the lead on that?
We have to share responsibilities.
I think we have already important institutions, Susan.
Just come. Yes. We are going to support you. Run away with that. So, Susan, we are not talking about just come.
So, I'm putting the next step, number 4, policy discussions at national, county, research, training, and extension. And from the team here, idea Jasper will take lead in that.
Yes, and it will be involving a good number of participants here.
Okay, feel free to include a number of participants from the team here.
There are already more of coordination, but actually most members are drawn from this wider stakeholders.
So those are the 4 next steps, which are heavily loaded.
So, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm being asked about time frame.
Time frame.
Yes.
Oh, the time frame. Yes. Let us do it participatory. Surely, that's a blank check. Let's go to the next step, number 1.
Develop policy belief from today's deliberations, which Cliff is taking lead. So, time frame for that, when do we expect it being shared to the participants of this meeting, especially?
This week is done. Can you give us, because we have a small team, maybe 2 weeks?
No, end of January.
End of January.
Okay.
Oh, end of January. The meeting end of January. Thank you, madam. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Then number 2, draft regional policy to be customized for country use. And this, Lucy Mwangi is the one taking lead.
Yes.
So how should we expect, what is the time frame for that?
Yeah, last week of this month, by 31st December. Yeah.
Oh, by 31st December. Thank you very much, Madam Lucy.
Okay. Then support of NASEP review to fast track the that one for farmer field schools.
Oh. That one is already ongoing. So the key word there is fast tracking. Fast tracking. So I think the remaining of the month, from mid to January, we should be rolling our sleeves for a big job. I know it's a tricky task, but with all your support, we'll make it. Policy making is everybody's business. Not the ministry's business, but everybody's business. So we are going to involve as wide as possible. Thank you.
And finally,
the timelines for this.
Yeah,
timelines.
It's not a small thing.
It's not a very small thing.
We started NASEC in 2006. And when was it done?
It came to the session of November number 1 of 2012 in 2012.
So 6 years.
6 years.
And once we started NASEC.
Yes.
6 years. So we will not take it. It's not that easy.
It's not very easy. So
maybe we give ourselves up to the end of the financial year.
Then we take stock of progress because it's a very costly affair.
It will all depend on availability of resources.
Yes.
If resources are available, then the fast tracking can take place very fast. But if they are not available, then we give ourselves a year.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Remember, sector working group, it has to be subjected to the sector working group, which has also some steps. So now we are going to the council of government has added. Now we have 8 steps. So let us give ourselves by the end of June.
End of June.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Susan. We are going to keep in touch so that we are able to fast track the business of NASEC policy. Any other?
The fourth one, form policy discussions at national, county, research, training, and extension.
Discussion groups.
Yeah.
Now, Madam Susan, guide us.
Now, here we are forming groups, discussion groups of what is the real issue.
When you talk about national, county,
research, training, and extension.
Yes.
Because already, as I say, we have the sector working group, and that can form as one of the a discussion point, forum, and then we go off members. Yeah, we can go off the members from campus. We can go off other members from research, because I'm not sure whether we have a permanent member from research. But we have from national and we have from north. So this can be done, but subject to resources. First, Mike can facilitate the members to have a meeting, and then we present this. Then by February, it can be done.
And even the whole virtual space is listening. We take just matter of making some relevant concept notes and we share with a wider stakeholder. Thank you. Any other?
No, they are forward.
So
when is the next review? When are we going to say we have done 1, 2, 3 now?
Next review meeting.
The next review meeting, that's also very important, a follow-up meeting. After this meeting, there must be at least a follow-up meeting to take stock of what we plan to do. With the guidance, March, April.
End of third quarter.
March, April, that's, we can say towards the end of March. End of March. End of March. End of third quarter, we are going to be advised. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe just one concern.
Yes, madam.
I think you heard about KFAS.
Yes.
JASCOM is here in KFAS. JASCOM, somebody was hearing about JASCOM. Can JASCOM be more proactive? Because we expect you to be in the front line in all this, because this is about advisory services. You need to be heard even in the counties, everywhere. Can you do some more publicity and let people know what you're doing? Even this last mile, I'm also here. The last mile, because of
it's a new one. It's a new one.
Not really emphasizing on the last mile, but KFAS as KFAS.
should come out strongly because you're the one, APAS is more known than papers.
Okay, thank you very much. We agree, but I think we are progressing well. And what I have been able to identify, of course, we have been meeting in very many forums with Susan, just from and I know now you have so we need to work very closely with JASCOM because of the role we are playing, and then you can be seen more in the counties. So that one will be able to work our modalities with JASCOM.
Thank you very much. I think I know you know the fatigue of holding somebody in the virtual space. I want us to release our virtual participants so that if there are any housekeeping issues, we can speak offline, isn't it? So I want to thank.
We need to clap for them.
Yes, we need to prepare an FFS clap. Allow us to make noise.
And we stand up, eh?
There is Anne-Sophie.
I wanted us to give them a Mexican wave where we do like this.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Then we go.
Yes.
Is that okay? Yeah. So, Mexican wave, eh? 1, 2, 3. Good.
Wow.
Have you received the advance? Thank you very much.
Nashukuru sana. Merry Christmas and keep the spirit high. Kenya is always in the heart of the field school hub and the farmer field schools globally. Nashukuru sana. Bye. Kwaheri.
Bye-bye. Asante sana. So I think we can